Item 1 is the discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda, all council districts requested by MLGW. Chief McGowan, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doug McGowan, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, 220 South Main. Today on the fiscal consent agenda item, you're considering $11,900,000 worth of requests, bringing our total to the year of $257 million of spending for infrastructure and operations for MLGW. The first item on the agenda is high voltage power circuit breakers. These circuit breakers are an essential part of our substations, which are the backbone of our electric distribution system. This is a $1 million not to exceed for the purchase of 5 circuit breakers. There will be 2 circuit breakers at substation 29, one at 39, one at 88, and one at substation 51. And these serve the substations at Summer Avenue, Cordova, and Southeast Shelby County, consistent with our master plan. And you'll see what the circuit breakers look like. This is replacing end-of-life circuit breakers to improve our resiliency and reliability of electric power. The next is power transformers, the other major component of our substations. You'll see a picture of one there. This is a not to exceed $8,500,000. This is under the budget that we have for electric transformers and distribution in 2025. These are for capital plan expansions, both to improve the reliability and to expand our electric distribution system. You'll see that we're buying 4 transformers here with a not to exceed of $8,500,000. These are very expensive pieces of equipment. Substation 5 is getting 2. That is in the Binghamton area. Substation number 42 is in the Normal Heights University area, and substation 51 is a label for a system spare. So we have a backup transformer in case we have the one that fails. Item number 3 is MPLS Network Support Services. This is the radio system that MLGW uses to communicate with its crews in the field. This is how they communicate with each other, how they get dispatched on jobs, and how they communicate back when the job is complete. This is a support services for that radio network. It's a 5-year support contract to Mobile Communications of America. Next is Synergy Gas Modeling Software Renewal in the amount of $44,000. This is 1 year. Now, this contract is for software for our gas engineers. This is how they analyze our system, and they do modeling to determine what effects there could be to any new gas demands. If we have a new large customer that joins, what do we have to do to improve our infrastructure in order to meet that new demand? So this modeling software allows us to plug in a bunch of different inputs and determine what kind of upgrades we might need to make. This is an emergency ratification for $424,000. We had a water main that was in the vicinity of Flicker Avenue. This is over near the fairgrounds, and this is over where Union Extended and Flicker, that overpass is. There's a rail line there, and we have to bore underneath that rail line to replace that water main. That water main had a break, and it was affecting some of the pressures on the fire system there, and so the fire hydrant. So we have to get this repaired, and when we do, it should restore normal power, normal pressures. Next is half-ton pickup trucks in the amount of $785,000. We've talked about this before. We have a plan for replacement of our fleet. We have 689 pickups in our inventory. In 2025, we had planned to purchase 68. These 20 are part of that 68 purchase order. And the ones that are being replaced will be retired and auctioned off. The next is for compact track loaders for $177,000. This is for 2 of these. We have a total of 116 of these in the inventory. Our 2025 plan calls for replacing 3 of them, and these are 2 of those 3 that we're replacing. I'm not sure why it's not shifting online here, so hang on one second. Okay. Our click share wasn't really changing the slides there, so I'll move on. Next is for concrete mixer trucks. This is a one-time purchase of $443,000. This is for 2 concrete mixer trucks. In 2025, we have 4 of these in the inventory. And the 2025 plan calls for replacing 2, and this is that procurement. Next is mobile sweep and cleaning. This is a $82,000 contract. This is the 3rd of 4 annual renewals. These are the sweeper trucks that keep debris out of the parking lot. They clean up after our jobs and sweep, keep debris out of the storm drains and that kind of thing. So this is to make sure that our facilities stay clean and safe and to protect from blowing debris outside of the facilities that we operate. And subject to your questions, ma'am, that concludes the consent agenda items for MLGW.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, did you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am, this is just to, this is to keep, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So what, explain that to me when you said you clean the storm drains and the debris.
So we have on our facilities, we have very heavily industrial facilities, lots of gravel, lots of heavy equipment in there. We do have drainage on those facilities that, takes surface water off. And all this is sweeping debris away from those drains to make sure that we're not clogging them up with debris. It also this is like a mobile street sweeper that keeps all the litter and the debris from clogging up those storm drains. Obviously keeps, we ask people to keep the storm drains in the city clear so you don't have flooding, and that's what we're doing here to make sure we don't clog them up. It's just on MLGW facilities, not across the city. Yeah.
That's what I wanted to make sure, that this was not across the city.
Yes, ma'am.
It was just for your facility use only.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. President McGowan, I had a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 4,
Yes.
the circuit breakers. So end of life, what is the average span of life for
The typical
these?
life for these circuit breakers is 30 years. We have equipment in the system that circuit breakers that are up to 50 and 60 years old. Remember, we talked about this as we were recapitalizing the system and building out a more reliable, resilient system. This is part of that master plan to modernize our system and get them back on a replacement cycle. So once you get past 30 or 40 years, there's an exponential chance that they're going to fail. So that's what we're doing, is replacing them and get them back, bringing down the average age of those circuit breakers. So we've done a pretty good job. We've brought it down from about 40 years average to about 29 years average now. So that's good, but there are still some old ones, and that's what we're replacing in the system here.
Okay, sounds great. So moving forward, you're hoping to keep that at around 30 years?
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly right. And what you'll see is our master plan calls for doing 2 of these transformers every year and 10 circuit breakers every year. So every year you'll see us do that in our substations. We have 65 or so substations. We're replacing 2 of those transformers and 10 circuit breakers just to keep the age down. You'll see other purchases which will be used for new substations to expand. There will be one on Summer Avenue that's coming in the near future. There will be several others, as you'll see, over the next 10 years where we're doing that for system expansion. And that'll be additional circuit breakers and transformers we obviously have to put in for that.
Okay, and if you don't mind, the squirrel from last year, was that in a transformer or the circuit breaker?
That was in a transformer, ma'am. I believe it was a transformer, bushing for a transformer. That was by the university, right? 42. That's the one that we're replacing, actually, at 42 at Normal Heights in the university. So that did a number on that transformer. So that's why we have animal mitigation technology that is, covers to make sure that they keep the animals out of there, but they sometimes still find their way into that electrical gear.
Okay. Page 6.
Yes, ma'am.
5-year support contract. What all does this include?
So there are these radios have some software that goes along with them to make sure that they're always in sync and to make sure that our individuals can always communicate both to our dispatch and our emergency. That's our emergency lifeline for our crews in the field. It's also our ability to communicate whether they need more resources. So from time to time, they have to reprogram these radio systems to make sure that they stay in sync and to make sure they have the latest software patches because they are highly software dependent for these radios as well as hardware dependent. So
Okay.
they make sure they stay in good working order.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think this is my last, almost, page 8.
Yes, ma'am.
So this broken main, how many people or what was the area of ratepayers affected by this?
You have, come on up, Chandrika. This is Chandrika Rosser. She's the Vice President of Water and Gas Engineering Operations and Construction.
It's approximately 20 to 50 customers that were impacted.
Okay, okay.
And it's right in the area of Union and Flicker.
I'm familiar with it. It's not too far from Abyssinia Restaurant on Poplar, one of my favorite restaurants. So, yeah, I know exactly where it is. Thank you for that. And then finally, page 9, these trucks, the trucks that are aged out and you all auctioned them off, where do those revenues go?
They come right back to the division. So we have a shared services division. We have a shared services department, and they control all the physical assets. They control all of the fleet. They control all of the buildings and that kind of thing. So that goes right back into their budget. So we have those resources again to expend to help offset the cost of new vehicles.
Okay, thank you for all of this. And now in the queue, we have Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we're expanding and doing, this is actually really good, and it's one of the things I hope that we can start doing with our city, in that, you can see they're replacing things on a schedule. And so we're paying for this on a schedule, and we haven't been able to do that for our trucks and our fire trucks and our, ambulances and everything else. So hopefully we can get to where we're doing this. I guess my question is, how much more of this are you going to have to do with all the data centers coming in and the extra power supply that is going to be necessary? And can you give us an update on where we are as far as TVA is concerned, providing that so we can make sure we're not having people come in and put these emergency gas generators just to fire their data centers?
Okay, so there's a lot there, Councilwoman or Councilman. So, number one, I put up here, I brought with me, this is that master plan. You'll recall on the left kind of shows our substations. Red means they're already heavily laden with electrical load, meaning that they're at full capacity. You don't want red or orange. You want to reduce that down to yellow, green, or no color, because that means you have additional capacity to add new customers. Excuse me. Sorry
I noticed
about that.
on that slide, if you go back to it, it looked like the downtown section stays red.
The only reason that number 2 stays red is because we're actually working on that right now. There will be an action coming to you for St. Jude. Downtown is very congested. There's 2 substations there, number 2 and number 4. We've been working on trying to figure out a new transmission path and another substation. We believe that we have a path for that now, and there will be a new substation proposed very shortly, assuming we can acquire the appropriate parcel there. Which will bring that number 2 and number 4 out of the red and into the orange. We just did not have that engineered yet. So the plan on the right is what you'll see in 5 years, and then there's a 10-year plan that also stays ahead. I sent you a notification last week. We just cut the ribbon on Substation 83 in Collierville. You'll see down in the bottom right there of 64, it was all very red. There was no room for growth. That was a planned and you'll see Substation 83 is now online that unlocks Southeast Shelby County, unincorporated area, Collierville, Germantown. We have those same plans. You'll see in the middle there, Substation 29, it's on Summer Avenue. That relieves a lot of congestion in the northern half of our service territory. And there are other new substations planned as well. So
what does it mean if it's white?
That means there's plenty of capacity.
Okay,
so
green?
Green means there's still good capacity. You'll see on the left, green, that means it's less than 85%.
So white is the best, green
right.
is next.
Green, white, kind of no color is the best, means you have lots of capacity. Then green You still have really good capacity.
So I'm
Yellow,
looking at
we need
white,
to start
lots of capacity, and then I'm thinking XAI's in that white section down by the river. And
for their
that's-
substations, sure, but that will be fully, those two substations will be fully subscribed.
Okay, so they'll stay white or they'll,
No, they'll, I don't know, Quentin, they should, right, they have dedicated substations, so there's no contemplation of adding any other load to those two substations that were dedicated for that particular facility. So these are substations that serve the general customers out
okay,
there.
I'm looking at total power supply
Right.
necessary.
Yep,
Okay, so the total power supply necessary coming in is going to be coming from TVA, and
Correct.
we have been, and they have said, we have enough power now to supply these data centers. Is that what we're hearing from them?
what they have said so far is that they have, for the XAI one, they have said, we can commit to providing the first 150 megawatts of power. That is contingent on a substation being built and them
And that's the one that's
subscribing.
on President's Island.
That is correct.
What about the one that's in Whitehaven?
So we're not there yet. So
So they haven't, TVA has not committed to supply that yet.
Well, let me come back to the first one if I
Okay.
can. And remember, the one on President's Island is a total of 300 megawatts. 150 of those have been approved by the TVA board, and a substation is online and available to provide them 150 megawatts. They're building a second substation now that can provide the second 150 megawatts, but the TVA board still has to approve that the allocation of that 150 megawatts power. I would say that it is very likely that they're going to be able to serve that load, and when the board convenes, it's very likely that they will say yes, because of the system impact study says with some improvements to the transmission system and a second substation, we should be able to meet this load. It's all predicated on XAI also subscribing to a demand response program, meaning when the grid, when demand on the grid is high, they come off the grid. So now to the Whitehaven
See, on
side.
that, one of
I'm
the
sorry, yeah.
things that, when I went and visited there, one of the things that they talked about was their battery supply.
That's correct.
And what they're doing is, and this is for public, I guess, they're putting in an amazing number of battery storage units there that they're hoping will be able to keep them functioning when they have to come off the grid. Is that correct?
That is the idea when people have battery backup, or there are some facilities that have diesel generator backups, others that have different kind of backup, but that is the idea. So that you have resiliency for large load customers that when they're asked to curtail their load, that they have some ability to continue operating.
Will they
the idea.
automatically be able to go to use their gas generators in that type of situation? Is that going to be part of the plan, that whenever there's a big load, they come on with their gas generators?
So that's a good question for the company, but I will tell you that that is part of the permit that's been applied for, is for an emergency use. An emergency is when they're asked to curtail. So
Okay,
that's a
so-
good emergency.
So as we're moving forward, people need to realize that if they
Only
do
an
have
emergency.
to drop off, like in, really cold or really hot weather, then those gas generators will come on more than likely if
Correct.
their battery supplies are exhausted.
That's typically how they are structured to work. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think that that's something just people in general don't understand, or just so hopefully that will become public knowledge.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. So I want to acknowledge Council Members Green and Logan have joined us, and we have in the queue next, we have Cooper Sutton, followed by Logan. Cooper Sutton, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair. I've gotten a lot of calls, and I just got another one, a text message about the power outage. I think they are curious about what happened. Could you explain to that? There was no rain, I don't think. What happened? Was it about 4,000? Don't misquote me on it. I was traveling and I was getting the call, so I couldn't give a quick answer.
Okay, can you give me a little more specifics? I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. We had
last week, a week before, they said there was a power outage about 4,000.
I'd have to get some more details.
just get some more
so-
details. We'll talk about it, but I just wanted to throw it out there.
So over the weekend, we had obviously some storms that came in. Last week, I don't know. There are a number of reasons why systems could be impacted, whether it's a substation impact or a vehicle striking a pole. I just don't know exactly which one you're referring to, so maybe I can get some more details from
We'll
you.
talk about it offline.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll get
Sure.
an answer from you
Sure, yeah.
offline. Thank you.
I would like to acknowledge Councilman Ford has joined us, and Councilwoman Logan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Good morning,
Morning.
President McGowan. Just a quick question regarding or discussion or insight. Considering that there are other entities interested in Memphis now, data centers, other entities that require an increased amount or load of electricity, have you considered or have you all done a study or an assessment or analysis regarding our long-term capacity to fulfilling increased loads, and not so much as to the study that the TVA requires and all of that, but looking at where we are as a city, our growth, the trends in growth or our projected growth, or where we want to be, the outlying development that's happening, increased rooftops, those types of things, looking at how much we can absorb, how much we can provide incrementally or all at once, and what we need to do, how do we need to prepare ourselves looking down the road, because it's kind of too late when they get here in terms of the citizens being informed and being comfortable enough with knowing that we can handle the requests that are being made of us. And so a lot of the anxiety, I think, that we feel or hear when we hear these new companies come is because we are not sure that there's a plan and that there's a way forward, and this has been already looked at. So if you could enlighten us or just kind of share your thoughts and you all's plans or what you're doing to look at that long term and to provide that information to your customers in a manner that they can receive it and understand it.
Sure, I'll just say that can be a long conversation, but I'll start by saying we do have a forecast for the load growth. That's what that master plan does that I showed you with those substations. So for the projected growth of the suburbs, the projected growth of the city, we are building those substations to provide the capacity that will meet and exceed the expected growth of our community from additional rooftops, from additional commercial development, additional industrial development. Now, I have to excise from that these very large customers like the XAI, 150 megawatt, that would take an entire substation to serve. This is not a build it and they will come proposition, because those are very expensive to build, $25 to $30 to $40 million. And you don't know where they might want to be located for one of those. So what we are building is a system that can accommodate and projected growth of all of our suburbs, projected commercial and residential growth, so that we always have the opportunity to do that. For very large customers, that's why we have to evaluate them individually, because it depends where they want to be in the footprint. You can't just plug it in anywhere. So that would require a very special investment for them to build a substation or for us to decide to do that. So what I want people to take away from this is we are forecasting the growth here. We are forecasting everything from what Blue Oval City will be bringing to us to other projected growth here, to make sure that there's always opportunity for new customers to be able to connect. The caveat is if you're a super user or if you're one of these hyperscalers, there's no one in America that has 1,000 megawatts ready to give to somebody for a data center. I think they'd be foolhardy to do so, to build some kind of infrastructure like that, because who's going to pay for it if they don't come? That's the issue. Somebody has to pay for that kind of infrastructure. And you need somebody who's going to be willing to buy the power to pay for it. So the growth here is for native growth that we're seeing and for what we hope our communities will see over the next few years, next 10 to 15 years.
So let me reframe the question.
Mm-hmm.
I do recall you doing a presentation on growth and, for the suburbs, as you said, but what I'm asking is, is there, and I know you can't project who's coming, but what I'm asking is, have you all looked at what our capacity is for that type of growth? Say another type that we have with XAI, or someone requiring less electricity in different parts of the area of the city. Are you all looking at that, knowing that they're coming? I guess that's what I'm asking. You know, you've already looked at what we need for just normal city growth and or the suburb. But when you factor in those large data centers, are we looking at that? And if not, and I know you can't predict who's coming, excuse me, but I do think that we need to see, you know, what is our capacity if we had several come? What is our capacity? Because they seem to come without asking or telling us they're coming, or then you have to kind of catch up or figure it out or decide what we need to do. And it's a short window. It seems to be a short window. And now it could be that that's just what the public perception is or how we receive the information. But because we can't control that, as you said, I do think that's something we need to look at, because I don't think it's going to slow down. So our capacity, and even, you know, those companies that the Edge Board or the Chamber may be talking with or, you know, speaking to about it, because they seem to take lead in these types of situations. Are you all discussing those that are potentially coming, that are interested, and what our capacity is for those and those alike, like those?
So I'll say our system has the ability to serve significantly more electric, provide significantly more electric power than we're providing today. We have an all-time peak of 3,500 megawatts, but I'll tell you our system can provide more than that. The issue is it's a physics issue. Where does that power need to be delivered? Because there are, all across that system, there are specific areas where you have infrastructure to be able to serve that power. I will say, yes, we are forecasting, and we look at, there are a lot of companies that come and say we'd like to be there. Every one is dealing with that. TVA is dealing with that. There's 11 large, probably data centers that are, I will suggest, casting their interest, but they're doing that all over the country to find out who might be able to serve them the quickest. I'm confident that we can serve companies. We have done that. We've proven that with XAI, that we were able to be agile to meet their needs. But it's a two-part equation, Councilwoman. Since we are not generating the power, the Tennessee Valley Authority is generating the power. They have to determine, is there sufficient power to meet the needs? Because at the end of the day, we have to assure the reliability and availability of power for our existing customers. So I'm confident in our system that we can absorb it. The question is, where is it going to be specifically, so that I know what new substation or what new infrastructure I have to put in, and when do they want it, so we know how fast it can be done. We can talk certainly about what kinds of investments we should be making, and I think we're doing the right kinds of investments here for the growth that we know and we hope and you're all trying to drive to happen. Speculative investment in hopes of getting somebody in here is a different question, because there's no revenue stream to support that. And so that would put pressure on rates that everybody else has to pay. So it's a longer conversation for sure, but we are ready for new companies to come here. It is a rare occasion. I will tell you, our team will tell you, a few years ago when we had a 1 or a 2 or a 5 megawatt company come, we're like, wow, that's pretty big. And we had a steel company that was interested in coming here at one time that was 50 megawatts, and we thought that was a pretty big deal. Well, now, you know, these hyperscalers are coming 150, 300, 1,000 megawatts or a gigawatt of power. That's, in just 2 years, that's changed the game. So we are prepared, but the range at which people can come is so broad, and there are only a few players in that very large hyperscaler game, and I think that they are already kind of arrayed around the nation where they want to go. So we're a good opportunity for people to come here and build their businesses. I want people to know that there is a power company here and a water and gas company that's ready to meet their needs. But if you're a hyperscaler that needs hundreds of megawatts of power, we're no different than everybody else in the country. You have to come to us and tell us what you want to do and how you're going to help us get there.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm gonna send you some questions to bring back for the next one in terms of, based on what you just said, in terms of locations here in our area, in our regions that may be prime or may, be better suited than others. And if you all, knowing that there are some locations may be better than others, are those being looked at for those hybrid sales or whatever you're talking about? So I'll send over some
Okay.
questions for the next meeting. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Lastly, we have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
President McGowan, what I would like to know is how much are we providing gas to the main line at the Paul Lowry location?
Okay. Oh, you're speaking of the XAI data pallet?
Yes.
Yes, they have an 8-inch tap into we have a 20-inch gas
Okay, it's
main
20?
that's in the street. And we provide gas through that line to XAI. Is that also TVA? So we provide gas to the Tennessee Valley Authority, to XAI, and other customers, Nucor Steel, off of that line. So they have a tap into that line.
So they do have a tap into it.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, and this is going to kind of coincide with Councilwoman Logan just asked, and I think this is a fair question. With all these huge data system, and you all are welcoming all of these data systems to come, and it is growing aggressively and in a way that we've never seen before. Will either now in the future, will there be a different pay rate for them, and because of these huge data systems coming? So will there be a different pay rate for them?
So I think,
it will not burden us
Right.
and the poor people that are struggling now to pay MLG&W. So have we looked into that?
Sure. There is today, for electric, gas, and water, there's an array. There's a residential rate, an industrial rate, and a commercial rate. And there is a real discussion around not just the country, but in the Tennessee Valley about our data centers, should they be on an industrial rate or a commercial rate? And largely that's for electric, that's who's going to set that. For us locally, which is commercial is a higher rate than industrial. So typically, utilities, we don't want to get an entire rate setting discussion, but there's an industrial rate so that you can attract businesses that come and, create jobs in your neighborhood. And that's the basic dialogue is, should they be on an industrial or a commercial rate? So that's happening everywhere. That's not necessarily in our purview for electric. On gas, we have the same thing. We have a commercial rate, and we have industrial rates and residential rates for our gas and our water that we provide to our customers. So, but I think your question is a good one. That's what everybody's asking, is to say, does this fit the classification, the traditional classification of industrial rates?
And I have just one more. Maybe if I can just ask, I think you may have, is the gas line running from TVA, Allen plant, directly to the turbines?
We have we have a gas main in Paul Lowry Road that provides natural gas to many customers down there, but Tennessee Valley Authority is one of them. And yes, it provides gas to the Tennessee Valley Authority, who has a very large combined cycle plant that produces 1,200 megawatts of power, 1,500 megawatts at max. From the tap that goes to XAI, they use that natural gas to provide both domestic heat, but also to power the backup turbines, or the turbines that they're using right now. I believe Nucor has a similar tap that they use for their industrial purposes. And do we know any other customers there? Large customers? Oh yeah, City of Memphis obviously has a tap there for our wastewater treatment plant. So,
And I think you may have asked it, but I don't want to be redundant in asking the questions because I'm sure, has any request came in for Tulane? Because that is in my district. Has any request came in from Tulane yet for the future use?
Right, we have not been formally asked to evaluate the power. Tennessee Valley Authority has received a request. As you know, you've seen that in the press, about 1.1 gigawatts. That's 1,100 megawatts of power. We have not been asked. We've been asked about the availability of gas in the area, but we have not been asked to study that. We haven't been asked for the availability of water in the area. So there's been no formal request of us other than the availability of utilities in the area. When the request comes to Tennessee Valley Authority for power, we will be having to do an affected system study because that's our system would be affected. But today we have not had the formal request for specifics.
Okay. I'm just curious, just because, this is in my district, and again, the unknown is still very frightening to the constituents. And as I stated before, it's growing very rapidly and very fast. And we want to make sure, they're here. We're here now, and there's no turning around. But we just want to make sure that things are secure and we're ready. And now, I'm sure they're going to have to use turbines again. And I heard us talk about the battery packs. Dr. Warren was trying to get that on record for the constituents to understand and to hear. But yet, just making sure that we are prepared and on top of whatever is about to happen in the unknown world of all these data centers and them being here.
Sure.
So thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. And if I could say, I just want to double down on what I said earlier. Before any new customer can come, I have to ensure, before I connect any new customer, I have to ensure the reliability and availability of power for our existing customers. That is our number one job, to protect our existing customers before we can allow anybody else to attach. And that's an obligation that we take very seriously. And it doesn't matter whether it's electric, gas, or water, we take that obligation seriously to make sure that we're not going to do any harm.
How do you determine, I'm closing, how do you determine increasing the rates for commercial and industrial? How is that determined, and when is that determined? And just like we just, you came a couple years with the last administration, and the increase for the rates, is that across the board? If you come before us for our customers, is it across the board? How is that taken in consideration?
So I think I understand the question. So I'll use the electric rate increase. Yes, that was evenly applied to all customers. So it wasn't just residential.
Okay,
it was
so
industrial,
it was evenly
commercial.
applied.
Everybody's rates went up by 4%. Whether it doesn't matter what class you were in.
Okay,
They all
thank
went
you.
up. Yes, ma'am.
Done. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Seeing no other business before
Ma'am,
this.
Can I just say one thing?
Sure.
So I just wanted to say on the record, so we were talking about power. You will see shortly an announcement from us calling for our customers to voluntarily conserve power for the next few days. It's a very hot time across the Tennessee Valley, and so this is in cooperation with Tennessee Valley Authority and all 150 local power companies. And what we're asking is just to voluntarily conserve power. This is, making sure
Can you
that.
give examples?
Sure. So examples are during the heat of the day, that's not the time to be running your electric dryer. Turn off unnecessary lights. When you leave your home, if you could turn the thermostat up a few degrees so your air conditioner's not running, go and check those thermostats to make sure they're set at 78 in the summertime. I know everybody recoils at that, but so if you could turn it up to 78, that would be great. That's one way to help conserve power. Yes. But those are the things, and using those large appliances, wait till after the peak. And the peak typically for us happens between 4 and 8 in the afternoon. Why is that? Because everybody's coming home, they're preparing dinner, they're doing laundry, they're getting ready for the day. So that's also the hottest part of the day. So voluntary conservation, our customers have been great at this before. They've always responded. Before we ask any customers to do that, MLGW internally is conserving power. And those large customers, like we talked about, they are people under contract. They are the first ones who have to curtail their power by contract before we even ask our customers. So all of those actions are underway. This is not necessarily unexpected in a hot summer. If you've seen the heat warnings, the entire grid in the U.S. is being stressed right now because of the the prevalent heat. Nobody has any extra power now because all of the demands on the electric system because of the heat. So voluntary conservation, and we'll provide more details to everybody if we can.
Thank you, President McGowan. Seeing no other business before
Councilman Ford. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Chairman White.
Present. Thank you. First, we have a resolution expressing support for the acquisition and installation of license plate reader LPR equipment on state highway rights of way by Memphis Police Department, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Have a motion from Councilman Ford, a second from Councilwoman Walker. Chief Davis.
Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Joe Oakley, Deputy Chief, 170 North Main.
And this resolution is basically to get started on work that we plan to implement technology on our interstates, but we're starting at all of the entrance and exit ramps in certain areas where there is high volume of traffic. This helps us to track individuals that might be involved in various types of criminal activity, whether it's stealing a vehicle, a robbery, a carjacking, or potential active shooter. This helps us to track those individuals by having that technology in certain places. This is the beginning of that project.
Do we have any questions? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. This is good to hear that this is about to be implemented. However, detecting those paper tags, how
it absolutely will not work.
That's what I wanted to
on
know.
paper
It
tags.
absolutely will not work. So
Right.
it has to be.
Absolutely. That takes a different level of response and work from our officers to address that very prolific issue here in the city. But our LPR system, the license plate reader system, is helping us with other types of tags that are on vehicles. So it's not a panacea for it all, but it certainly does help with, stolen vehicles and so on.
Well, I appreciate that hearing at this point, but I
Absolutely.
just wanted to make sure that I get clarity on that.
Absolutely.
Thank
Did-
you.
Did
Thank
you
you,
have anything
Chairwoman.
else you want to add to that? Did I answer that okay for you? Okay.
Councilman Warren.
Yes, on those paper tags, is there something we can do as a council to try to see what we can do to make them illegal or to make some other system that is more accountable as we move forward? As we're looking, I think that really is a huge thing. So if you knew you were driving a paper tag and you're automatically going to get pulled over because that was illegal, how do we fix that?
Absolutely. So right now, our response is basically when our officers are working various types of details, they do stop individuals that have obvious, it's very easy to detect, a counterfeit, tag. And so our officers do pull individuals over, but, and it goes back to the conversation that we've had here in the past about inspections on vehicles, not having inspections. When we don't have the inspections, then people feel like they don't have to have, insurance or a tag, and it just sort of mushrooms into a bumper. Oh, absolutely. It sort of creates an environment of unsafe vehicles on our roads.
So do we need to go back to inspections just for safety? Is that something that we should be considering and looking at the cost on that?
Well, I won't be the sole person. I mean, there's a lot of discussions about that and how, the fact that we don't have inspections creates, all of these other problems. It helps to regulate vehicles when we have inspections. It helps for people to know that in order to drive your car, you have to have, a legitimate tag, a legitimate insurance, and many of our vehicles are on the roads now because those individuals that are riding around with counterfeit tags don't have insurance. And so when they're in accidents, it creates an undue burden on the person that they were in the accident with, and their insurance takes care of whatever, issues.
And then it goes up.
That's right, and their insurance goes up, and sometimes the penalties just aren't penalties at all in our traffic court.
All right, so I think as a council, that's something we may want to be looking at as we head forward, and we'll try to bring something back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members in the queue? I did have one question. Do we know how many, or like, is there already some type of bid or plan in terms of how many cameras that'll be going out?
The initial, is it 94 initial? It'll be 94 on the initial phase, and we are working with the state as well, with the Department of Transportation, since we don't have the authority to erect LPRs on the interstates. We're working with them on their infrastructure, and they're very supportive of furthering that discussion and how not just for those cameras to be useful for the Memphis Police Department, but also the Tennessee Highway Patrol. So the extended project will go across the state of Tennessee, but we are starting here with our ingress and egress ramps on our major interstates.
Thank you. Seeing no other council members in the queue, let's take a vote. All those in favor for this resolution to go down with same night minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Seeing that there are none opposed, this resolution goes down with a favorable recommendation for same night minutes. Number 2 on our agenda is a resolution to approve a scope of change to CIP project PD 04022 in-car video GPS BWC to fund the replacement of the real-time crime center video wall infrastructure. All council districts sponsored by the administration request for same night minutes. May I have a motion and a second? A motion by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, second by Councilman Warren. Chief Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'll let Chief Oakley explain what this change is all about. It deals with our real-time crime center.
Thank you, Council. Our real-time crime center video wall has been in place since about 2007, so it is failing, and we need to upgrade it to modern times because we have visitors from all over the world that come to our premier real-time crime center. So we want to always have the best, not only for our city and our department, but to showcase what we do every day. So the video wall is failing, so we're going to install a new one so we can have the best equipment available to look at our in-car video feeds, our body-worn camera feeds, our blue light camera feeds, as well as our Fusus integrated map feeds. So this is a great step to get us up to where we need to be.
We have Councilman Warren, then Councilwoman Green, and
Very quickly, how are we integrating AI into this at this point to help us, and where is it, and what are your plans for the future with that?
Okay, so we have AI in our Fusus integrated mapping solution. It goes for objects only. We don't use facial recognition. So we can put in a color of a vehicle, type vehicle, a bicycle, a person with a backpack. So that's how we're integrating AI with our Fusus cores.
So can you specifically use facial recognition or use AI if there is a crime scene at that crime scene and ask for AI only at that crime scene?
Well, we don't have the ability to do that, so no.
Is that available somewhere at this point?
Yeah, with the federal law enforcement agencies, we can request assistance from them.
So federal law agencies have
Right.
the ability to do that. How often are we actually using that capability
For our objects,
for facial recognition at crime
well,
scenes?
when we have a serious crime, we reach out. I can't really say how many times a day or how many times a week, but it is available should we need it.
But it's rare that we've used it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. One thing I would request from the administration, this is not necessarily directed at you, but whoever helps prepare your resolutions, when there is a transfer, to include the dollar amount in the caption. It is, looks like almost close to $1 million. And I think that's important for us to be able to see the scope when we look at the caption and for the general public. My question is to you all. This was originally allocated for in-car video, which I think is proven to be very important, especially as we continue to make sure that the citizens of Memphis are safe and that they are treated fairly. What is the status of our in-car video program, and do we also still need $1 million there?
Man, we applied for a BGA grant for this project, the in-car video, and we did receive it. So the money for the BGA grant paid for our in-car video project, and we want that money to purchase the video wall, so there is no cost for anything here.
Thank you. That's a good explanation. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't sacrificing that part as part of this new project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members in the queue? Seeing none, all those in favor of this going down with the favorable recommendation with request for same night minutes, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Seeing that there are none opposed, this will go down with the favorable recommendation for same night minutes. Item number 3 on our agenda is a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funding for FY 2025 in the amount of $168,800 from the state of Tennessee for in-service EMS training for 221 employees, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Have a motion from Councilman Ford, second from Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Chief Sweat, you're recognized.
Hey, good morning, council. This is part of the state supplemental pay for additional training. This is the EMS portion. There's the next item is for our normal state pay, which is the firefighting portion. This program started in January, so this is for additional training for our firefighters that the state gives them funds for. The reason it's not as many on the EMS side is because it just actually get passed in January. So next year, it'll probably be very similar to our regular firefighter state pay program.
Thank you. Any council members in the queue with any questions? Seeing none, all of those in favor for this request to go down with same night minutes, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. This will go down with the favorable recommendation with the request for same night minutes. Item number 4 is a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funding from FY 2025 in the amount of $1,800,000 from the state of Tennessee in service training for 1,251 employees, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Motion from Councilman Ford, second from Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. This is this you again, Chief Sweat?
Yeah, we had some confusion here. That is fire as well.
Okay, you can proceed.
Yes, this is our normal state supplemental pay program. It's for additional 40 hours of training that it's approved by the state. So as you see, we had right at 1,250 employees that completed all 40 hours of the training. And this is to, they'll receive a $600 supplemental pay for completing that extra training.
Thank you, Chief Sweat. Any council members in the queue? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Seeing that there are none opposed, the ayes have it. This will go down with a favorable recommendation for request for same night minutes. Is there anything else that we have from either of the chiefs?
No, I think MPD also receives the state supplemental pay for additional training.
Confused whose it was.
Oh, okay, okay.
They get the money this time.
Okay, good. Well, good to see both of you all. Thank you all. Bless you all. We appreciate all that you do. Same for all of our officers in the back. We appreciate you all for joining us today. Go forth and have a great day.
We appreciate all of you too.
All right, thank you. Seeing that there are no other items in this committee is now adjourned at 10:10 a.m.
Could we please have a roll call?
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Chair Warren.
Also present. We have one item, colleagues. It is a resolution approving the sale in the amount of $2,300 of a city-owned property known as 210 West Trigg Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38106, parcel ID number 24008000021, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Could I have a motion, please? Moved by Ford, seconded by JSW. You have the floor. Please name and address for the records and proceed. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Sharon Thomas, Senior Right-of-Way Agent for the Real Estate Department, 125 North Main, room 568. Today we have X Management Group that wants to purchase 210 West Trigg Street. His plans for the property is to, he's gonna develop the old Omega Temple Church. So he wants to secure the parcels that surround that property.
Thank you, colleagues. Do we have any questions? Everyone's good? Okay, no questions. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chair is aye. The ayes have it. And unless we have some other issues for solid waste on Public Works, we are now adjourned.
Thank you.
Chair Logan.
Present. Colleagues, today we only have 2 items on the agenda, and I'll read them both before we get started. The first one is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate revenue and expenditures in the amount of $5,400 received from the Lead Hazard Reduction Program participants who did not comply with program requirements, all council districts sponsored by administration. Item number 2 is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate revenue and expenditures up to the amount of $25,000 for funds received from participants in the Division of Housing and Community Development's Down Payment Assistance Program who did not meet the affordability criteria. All council districts sponsored by administration. Can I have a motion and a second? Second. Moved by Councilman Ford and seconded by, I heard Councilwoman Swearingen Washington in my ear. And we will now open the floor for our chief to speak on this item.
All right, Chief, Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer with City of Memphis, 125 North Main. What you have before you, all council members, are 2 routine programs that we have. I know there was a lot of conversation about helping our homeowners in stabilizing our communities. And so these 2 programs are standard programs in HCD. We're asking for the acceptance of the funds and then, of course, to start the program itself. We'll continue the program, those respective programs.
Thank you, sir. Any questions on item number 1 or 2, colleague? No questions or comments. We're going to take a voice vote on item number 1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that item number 1 passes. On item number 2, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No opposition. That item passes as well. Is there any other business that needs to come before this committee? If none, this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues in the city of Memphis. I didn't bang the gavel that hard. You just need it a little once. Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Memphis City Council Personnel and Government Affairs Committee on Tuesday, June 24th at 10:28 a.m. Ms. Edgar Bernat, please call the roll.
Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Green.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Chair Dr. Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have 3 items on today's personnel agenda, 3 appointments. First appointment is to the Memphis Alcohol Commission. Mr. Durham Rampersit. Correct me? Durham Rampersit. Okay. Yes, please. Have a seat. Yeah, get comfortable. Good morning. If you can give your name and address for the record and any words you'd like to share and hit that button so the mic will be on. But I'm sorry. First, can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Motion by Ford Sr., second by Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. And so, Mr. Ramper said, if you can give your name, address, and any words you'd like to share for your appointment.
My name is Durham Ramperson. My address, 1065 Woodland Glen Drive. That's in Cordova, 38018. Just to share a little bit, I have been in the hospitality, food and beverage business for close to 30 years. That's kind of what I do. So I've been with my current company right now, 22 years. That's about it. Not that interesting.
Anything you want to share about how that contributes to the Memphis Alcohol Commission appointment?
Yes, ma'am. I over the years, I've done a lot of work with training and development when it comes to serving alcohol safely. That's a big part of my business. So in that, I've created tons of training modules that I've sent out throughout the brand. And when I say the brand, I mean United States. So a lot of that started here. And yeah, I'm really proud of that work. And it has been very helpful to my 7 restaurants here.
All right. So colleagues, we thank you, Mr. Ramperson. Colleagues, we have Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. Are you aware that, we're dealing with like lawsuits and stuff about granting alcohol, licenses to people that are too close to churches and schools and stuff like that?
So I'm not aware of that, but I definitely can help with that.
I guess, part of the issue is I'm not sure the Alcohol Commission understood or it seems like we had a bunch that for 20 years were licensed that may not be within regulations. And I'm wondering, how do you go about making that, how do you fix that once that's there? So that's something you're gonna have to deal with when you get there. Just to make you aware, we're still trying to figure out what to do from our end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Walker, and Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been acquainted with Mr. Rappersan for 20-plus years, and although he may not know about all the moving pieces as it relates to sitting on the board, I can speak to his character, integrity, leadership, as well as his experience, and I know that he is able to rise to the occasion and come up to speed with any of the expectations as well as challenges that come with this position on the alcohol board, alcohol commission. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Chairwoman.
Thank you, Chair. Can you share with us which restaurants you own?
I'm the Director of Operations for Chili's Restaurants. So I'm over all the Chili's from Nashville down to Batesville.
You run them?
I run them. Yeah, I run them, yes. Yes, ma'am. Director of Operations. So I oversee all the operations for all those restaurants. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Have you been on previous boards?
No, ma'am.
This will be your first board?
Yes, ma'am.
Your first board here in Memphis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I just want to piggyback off of what Dr. Warren said. There are some challenges that are coming up, and I just heard Councilwoman Walker. However, this is, it's really going to take somebody with some intestinal fortitude, committed to this, because there are some real challenges. I mean, I've even got phone calls, because this is dealing with people's livelihood, changing the zoning and what has happened, and this is dealing with people's livelihood. So I'm prayerful and hopeful. You know, when people come for boards, you know, I'm kind of new up here with all of this, but it's always the same people doing the same thing, going to the same boards, and there's no consistency, integrity, and morals to try to do what's right.
Yeah.
And so listening to Councilwoman Walker stating what she stated, and that's for anyone that comes up here for the board, because we recycle really well around here for board members. But this is very serious right now. I've gotten calls like crazy. That's not in my wheelhouse to do, but it's serious right now, because people are gonna have to move, from what my understanding. So I advise you to really get up to speed to what's going on and find out, you know, all the policies and legislation, as Dr. Warren has said, but to take in great considerations, you know, prior to what is now and what is about to happen. I hope that you are ready for the legwork here in Memphis.
Yes, ma'am, and I appreciate you saying that. And as soon as I get that information, I'm gonna tell you, I'm a breath of fresh air, right? So you say you recycle, and I'm ready to do this. So when I think about it, you can save lives like this. So people can die serving the alcohol the wrong way. So I have committed that to in my business, because we serve so much alcohol. So we have to do it the right way. And we've done that through training. We've done that through module training. We've done that through one-on-one training, shoulder-to-shoulder training. We've done that, and we have a lot of people that are young, and we're teaching them the right way. So as long as I get that information, I can do something with it.
Well, congratulations, and I'll be very prayerful for you in this position.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Still want to be considered, right?
I'm in there,
Okay.
yeah.
just making sure. Thank you for your commitment to be able to serve on this commission. We'll go to a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Right. The ayes have it. It'll go to council in 2 weeks, well, 3 weeks, our next July meeting at our 4 o'clock meeting. Thank you, Mr. Rampus.
All right, thank you, guys.
Colleagues, item number 2 is Memphis and Shelby Building Code Advisory Board. Mr. Anthony Pelliciotti. And you can let me know if I'm saying that wrong. Can I get a motion or a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Green, second by Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. Can you pronounce your last name for me, please? Pelliciotti. Okay. So, Mr. Pelliciotti, if you can give your name and address for the record and any words you'd like to share for your upcoming appointment.
Certainly. Good morning and thank you.
See if this turned on. Okay.
Yeah. Good morning and thank you. Anthony Pelliciotti. I go by Tony. It's a little bit easier. Answer to anything, because Pelliciotti gets misspelled and mispronounced so many different ways. I have been a Memphis resident since 1976, been an architect for 32 years, and had the privilege of leading one of the largest firms here in town and being a part of some significant projects like FedEx Forum, AutoZone Park, Civil Rights Museum, Claiborne Temple, and recently Crosstown Concourse. So happy to be here, happy to offer my help and service.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I almost thank Mr. Tony. That'll be easier. Just a couple of things. This area is really important to me. What do you hope to bring to this board? What is your greatest strength that you think will be an asset to this board?
Thank you. I have been working in the building development process, the building codes for, like I said, 32 years. And the majority of what my focus has been is finding creative ways to implement that code successfully for public safety, welfare, but also to get some of our most prized abandoned buildings put back into service successfully.
Okay. We have a lot of work to do in this area. Specifically, what's in your background or your expertise, your wheelhouse too, or what is it that you want to do to advance us in this area, Memphis in general? We have a lot of work in this area.
Certainly. So there is an upcoming process. I believe it's a need to adopt a new building code for 2028. There's a process for staying equivalent to or ahead of the state. So definitely can help work through that process. Definitely familiar with working with John Zena, with Rita Anderson, and administrations past.
Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren?
Yes, as you're moving forward, is there a way that you can be aware of the changes that people are making to private homes, and particularly outside investors that are buying private homes and converting in for short-term rentals? What can you do as a building code to bring us codes that we can do to stop this or to manage this more effectively?
I have one down the street from me that has that very same problem, and quite familiar with the challenges that come.
So how do we use codes to stop that?
I have not studied that extensively. My belief is it's more of a zoning issue than it is a building code issue.
I think we need to hit it from both ways if possible. But if you can figure that out, that would be very helpful, because the more barriers we put in, the better, more we can protect neighborhoods. So
absolutely,
I think you may be part of the solution too. Thank you.
Would love to see it.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. Hi, Tony. Thank you. I'm going to say Tony as well. How many boards have you been a part of in this city? You've been here for over.
Yeah, this is the first public board.
This is the first public board. I looked at your skill sets and your, as I reviewed your resume, and as my colleague, Councilwoman Logan said, there's a lot of issues and a lot of concerns that we have in our city and our community. And hopefully that you are prepared for this, because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And as Councilman Warren said, I was going to ask you about the Airbnbs, because it is it's a huge, huge problem we have, and we need a solution. So hopefully you'll put that first on your radar, and to look at it and see how we can be solution solvers, and just not come in and just keep just doing the same business over, because it is a huge, huge problem. So I hope this nomination, that would be one of your projects that you would greatly look at and bring it to the team. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. And colleagues, I definitely appreciate all of your intentional and intricate questions today. Thank you for that. Any other questions and comments for Mr. Pelliciotti? All right. We will go to a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. The ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Pelliciotti, for being willing to serve on the Memphis and Shelby Building Code Advisory Board. Thank you. And colleagues, last appointment and item for today on the agenda, we have an appointment to the Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority, Mr. Glenn Vaux. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Warren, second by Councilwoman Logan. Mr. Vaux, if you can give your name and address for the record. Good morning. Hit the mic. And any words you'd like to share for your upcoming appointment.
Good morning. Glenn Vaux III, 1240 Venn Avenue. I am a graduate with a Master of Architecture degree from Howard University in Washington, D.C. Raised here in Memphis, and the last 4 years I've been working at Self Tucker Architects here in the city.
Sounds wonderful. Colleagues, do we have any? Councilwoman Cooper said.
Yes, ma'am.
I see. And you traveled abroad, huh?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And what expertise are you bringing that will be impactful, innovative, creative?
Well, there's, depending on who you're speaking with in the city, there's an idea or a stigma that young people do not want to be in Memphis or in Shelby County or move here. And I think my age and being in the community with the projects that we've worked on at Self Tucker combats those ideas and those negative stigmas about this area and this region. And so I hope to bring insight and be able to connect younger Memphians and then also lifelong Memphians who have been here but aren't sure where the opportunities are to maybe acquire land or develop property that they've had, in their family for generations. They just don't know what to do with it.
Well, thank you. I hope to see you out engaging. You're young, and we want young, innovative, and we're trying to do things here in Memphis to keep young people here.
Bless you.
And to have them interested in and wanting to stay. So hopefully, with you being on this board, you'll be able to influence and be a positive impact for the community. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren?
Where'd you go to high school here in Memphis?
I'm proud to say I went to Central High School.
All
the
right.
high school.
Same 9
Thank you
minutes.
very much. Go Warriors. Good job.
Very refreshing to see you and hear your words, Mr. Vox. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other colleagues? All right. And I think we're also good that you're fellow Central grads too. All right, so colleagues, we'll go to a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Vox. It'll go to our next meeting at our 4 o'clock meeting. Thank you. Seeing no other business and
Good morning, everyone. It is 11:01 a.m., and I hereby call our Budget and Audit Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford Sr. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Green. Chair White.
Present. Thank you. Item number 1 on our agenda is a resolution appropriating allocated funds in the amount of $487,504 in the FY25 Adopted Capital Improvement Program budget in the MSCS Upgrades Project GA 7010, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Chief Person, good morning. So good to see you.
Hey, good morning.
And actually, I apologize. Let me get a motion in a second on that. Motion from Councilman Ford, second from Councilman Warren. You may proceed, Chief Person.
Good morning, Chair White. I just wanted to cover a little ground related to this. So this is actually appropriating funds for money that was allocated in the beginning of this fiscal year for MSCS infrastructure improvements. I believe this body approved $1 million total in allocations for this project. That's the account number. It's GA 07010. I believe it's entitled MSCS Infrastructure Phase 1. And from that, our colleagues over at
From the FY25 budget.
for the FY25 CIP budget, yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Thank you.
And then that money was subsequently viewed as available by the school system, and the school system began doing various lighting projects. I believe they did lighting projects in probably excess of 9 or 10 schools. And so now we're at a point where we need to appropriate that funding to provide them with some of the funding that was allocated at that time. And that's what that's related to.
Do we have any council members in the queue with questions? Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Yes, so this is not a maintenance of effort issue. This is a CIP or capital issue that we're allowed to give without maintenance of effort. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And why is that?
Well, maintenance of effort typically applies to operating expenses, and it comes from either a pre-existing or a contractual relationship with entities like school systems or maybe a sheriff's department or so forth. These are CIP projects for capital expenditures, so they don't apply.
And these are primarily for lighting, so it's reducing the MCS operating cost because now we're putting in more efficient lighting. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I guess to clarify, this is specifically for a project,
Well,
correct? It's not an
it's one
ongoing.
overarching project to improve lighting, but it is a series of different schools, but one project. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you. Are there any other council members in the queue? Yes, Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Do you know what schools those are?
I do have a listing, sir. Did you want me to discuss it here, or would you like for me to provide it under separate cover?
Different schools. Okay, let me see real quick. Because I don't have anything with the school system, no problem with it, but I do have a problem with them, okay? Yeah, they got more money than everybody else. Okay.
Okay, let's see here.
It's on the second.
Can we hold this to the next meeting?
I can't say no.
Yeah, I'd like to hold this to the next meeting because you know what? You know, I don't want double monies because some of these schools, things are happening that I don't want to spend extra money, okay? Because they're not going to give us our money back, okay? You know, I mean, I'm just being honest because you know what? They put M on front of that without asking us. We got out of the school business, okay? But all of a sudden, they wanted us to give them some more money. So without coming to us as a body, they decided we're gonna put them back on there, Memphis, without asking. So, you know, that's why I got issues with them, okay?
Yes,
They
sir.
got all the money. You know, and let me just tell y'all, hey, y'all, some of y'all wasn't here. They asked the city and they asked the county for $5 million for some computers. Okay, they already had the computers, paid for everything else, but they wanted us to pay for them again. So you see why I trust them? No, I don't. Okay, that's why if we can hold this, because I need to check some of these schools.
Yes, sir.
Make sure. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank
And
you,
I
Chair.
thank you, Councilman Ford. I do have a couple of questions for you, Chief Person. So the 1.5 that was allocated for the FY25 year, is that correct?
It was 1 million. That
1
was
million allocated for
for
the,
the FY25 CIP.
and was it
budget.
specifically allocated for this particular project already in
Well,
the
the
budget?
title of the allocation CIP was MSCS Infrastructure Improvements. So I think it was just left broad intentionally to allow for whatever infrastructure improvements that the
And then
system needed.
And then they submit invoices for those infrastructure, whatever it is that's been completed from that $1 million budget
Yes, ma'am.
or allocation.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief Adams, I see you coming up. You're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer. Council members, while this particular body has not allocated in the past, prior councils have allocated specific funds to Memphis and Shelby County schools for specific projects and projects only. I bring your attention back to the STEM lab at Whitehaven High School, and then there were two projects. I think one that was at Hamilton, and there was another school where we replaced the HVAC units. So we have periodically allocated money to specific projects, but not on a continual basis. I think this particular time, you all anticipated this in the FY25 budget that money would be set aside just for identified projects. The schools identified a lighting project, which covered different schools. So I understand that there's a request to wait, but I just wanted to kind of clarify what actions have been taken in the past similar to this.
Thank you for that clarification, Chief Adams. I see that Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas is in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Akin to some of my colleagues, I kind of forgot about that we allocated this as well. But seeing the list of the capital expenditures, looking at the new team that's been assembled with the the now interim superintendent, I'm glad that we have the opportunity to make some impact in these buildings before the children are returning to school in the fall. So even though I'm sure as we just went through budget and we talked about a lot of capital expenditures that we could be doing, I'm glad that we do have the opportunity. And then seeing this list and it's multiple and it looks like it's around the city. I see some in a lot of folks' districts. So I'm glad to support this because, as I said, I forgot, but I'm glad that we have the opportunity to make an impact in the actual physical buildings that the children will be entering in less than 2 months. So, thank you, Chair.
Councilman Ford?
I'm gonna let y'all vote on this one. I got a sheet. It ain't in my district, period. If you see the sheet, it's not there. It's not around the city, somewhere. It ain't in my district. No, look at it. Find one that's in 6. Yeah, find one in 6. I only got one over here. There you go. Well, okay, you in the same boat I'm in. Okay, but when you start reading what's on here, some of these boats ain't good. Okay? You in my boat. Okay, we gonna drown soon. Okay, if we just getting one or none, okay. But my issues, I got it's people out here trying to do something that we're trying to do. I don't want to duplicate nothing. That's the issue I have, duplicating anything in which then some of those things are going on in my district. And I ain't got no problem with going on, because I don't like no hot school. We've been fighting that for 2 or 3 years, okay? You know, you got ones in which people are trying to help right now. they didn't give a doggone about it. And that's the past superintendent and the ones that we're dealing with now. Okay, they didn't give a doggone about Westwood. They didn't care about some of these schools out in my district. They want to go somewhere else where it's shut. Hey, they got everything but what we got. Okay? I was at county commission. If some of y'all were over there, they were talking about the school. One got up there and said, hey, this guy that needed a grant. You were there? He was mentioned, he said, I visited this school and they had everything and we had none. You remember that? You were there. That's what I'm talking about. Okay? Yeah. And we got a lot of folks talking about this is a black city. Yeah, but we don't get anything. And I don't mind sharing with everybody, okay? But we get the short end of the stick all the time. Okay? That's what happens. But like I said, I'm gonna pull for holding this because none of this is in my district. I don't want to hold these up, but I need to see a sheet from M, okay? The one since they said we Memphis again. Memphis Shelby County Schools. I want to see some all around the city. Some of these older schools that they don't want to do anything for, okay? That's what I need to see, not just these, because you know what? White Station, ooh. Okay. Some of these schools on the South Wind. I ain't got nothing against South Wind, but Westwood is important to me, okay? Those schools are very important to me. But you know, when I look at this and it's 14, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. None are nowhere near my district. Okay? Got a problem. But we can vote on it. I have no problem with this one.
Okay, so let's do this. So I want to clarify. So this was an allocation from 2025, $1 million. And so maybe in the future, what we can consider from a council perspective, and I'll talk to Chairman Carlisle about this, is maybe when we do allocate funds in this manner, that we say what areas we would like to see these investments in, or if we get more information on how the money will be spent. And I right now, off the top of my head, cannot recall specifically what presentation was given at the time that we allocated the $1 million. And I think Councilwoman Cooper Sutton says she does. And are you in the queue, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton? Are you in the queue? Okay, so I'm going to recognize Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. So the other thing that I was going to say is that if the other $500,000 hasn't been spent, maybe the administration could reach out and say we want to see some schools in some additional areas on there. I don't have the specific resolution in front of me, and I don't recall the presentation off the top of my head right now to say, you know, what was presented in terms of the actual infrastructure plan. But it seems as if it was general, and what has been requested, the administration has verified falls within the ramifications of what the original request was. And thank you, Councilman Ford, for compromising this morning and giving us the courtesy of moving on. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. I do remember the presentation. I think this is the one that Dr. Fagans came and sat and brought those children, and we allocated. Is that correct? Is that one? Is that the one?
That is correct.
That
yes,
is correct. I do remember her sitting there bringing that presentation. She had those babies in here, and they talked about the tile. They talked about the ceiling. They talked about their restroom. They talked about all of that. And I think I want to support 100%, and I concur with Councilman Ford. But however, there's a $1 billion budget over there at that school, with the school. And I think I said this then. If you go back and pull the recording, I said it then, and I'm going to continue to say it now. The mismanagement of what's going on. $1 million, that's not a lot. I'm looking at what things needs to be done to these schools. There should be some infrastructure money already set aside. We debated on giving them $1 million. That's all we could give them. Am I correct? I remember that.
Yes, ma'am.
However, how do we determine which school gets funding? How is that determined? That's the first thing I want to know, since we're going to put it on hold. How is it determined? The second thing is,
Well, I think Councilman Ford said he withdrew.
we're not putting that on hold. There's not one school in Super 8 district. Where? Just one?
So,
Okay, I'm just gonna move on. But next time, there's $1 billion over there with the Memphis Shelby County schools, and they need to handle it, need to do it correctly. And we're always saving people, and we can't save our own people over here with different things that are going on. Well, you may not want to hear, but I'm gonna say it, and that's just it, because we keep doing the same things over and over and over again, and then we get the same results. And this council said that we would not do that. That we'd be differently. We would look at things differently. And so, I'm just go ahead on, because it's the same playbook, same chapter, same playbook with the same players doing the same thing.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. What I will say is, and I'll let Chief Adams speak, we allocated this $1 million last year in FY25. So I think this is maybe a good learning moment for the council to say in the future that if we want to have more say or control, maybe we can get a better understanding on the front end of what those things are allocated for, because it seems as if what they're presenting today is within the realm of what was originally requested. So in the future, if we want to have some more specific, narrowly tailored requests attached to funding, then that's something that we need to keep in mind and ensure that we get an agreement on the front end. So this is a very good teachable moment. And we pray that they get better. Absolutely. That's what it's all about. Yes, sir, Councilman Ford.
This is all right doing with the school, but also when you come to my district and everything else and some of the other black districts, tell them to start spending some money on teaching our children, okay? First of all, you can go to East Memphis, to the white school. They teach you cursive writing. They don't teach it in black schools. You get people now, you tell, hey, come sign your name, and he had to print. I said, sign your name, okay? They don't have it in our school, but they got it out in the white schools, okay? You learn that in 3rd grade. Tell them to start doing that. Do what they do at these other schools, okay? And that's my concerns too. You can fix up, you can have air, but shuck, the ones that go there, and then tell them to feed them. Don't throw food away. Feed some of these hungry children, okay? Why throw something away and that child is hungry and you don't know if he's gonna have any other food when he get out of school, okay? So please feed these children, okay? Where they can learn some and at least they can start writing, cursive writing, bring some of this other stuff. That's what they need to concern themselves with. Maybe, you know what? If we could do some of that, maybe that would curb some of this crime that's going down because it'll keep them busy out of the street trying to get over on that corner. You know, one thing that I never liked school, when school get out, get off the property, go stand on, you on a corner, and what happens on corners? Trouble. But they make you get off the property. It's not a good thing. Tell them that's what they need to start focusing on, some good things, okay? With our precious ones, okay? Thank you. Thank you. I'm not gonna say anything else, but I'm gonna walk past today from this side of the street and the other.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you. Guys, one of the things I think we need to remember is that back when I was on school board, we did a study and we were $500 million behind in deferred maintenance in our school system. We've had a lot of changes in the population density in different areas of town. So we have some schools now that are poorly populated and some other areas that need more schools built. And currently, I think the most recent projection, as far as capital improvement, they're about $1 billion behind now in deferred maintenance. And the people who are responsible for paying for that deferred maintenance is the county government. So as the county government moves forward and they're looking at what they need to do as far as building things, I think we can all agree that we need a new jail and it needs to get out of downtown so we can have our convention center work. We also need to spend that money on our school system to make sure that we're doing the correct maintenance and correct building for our school system. Some of these schools are going to need to be combined. Some of the schools are going to need to be repurposed in a way that doesn't leave them abandoned in our neighborhoods, that we can do things with. And as that's not our job as the city council, it's the county commission's job. But we need to be aware that if they're spending $1 billion to build a new hospital and they don't have to, that's not really a great use of money. We need to be spending that money on schools. We need to be spending that money on our transportation, as Dennis Lynch is handing up. We need some of that money from the county to help us for this transportation system that serves other parts of our community. And we're part of Shelby County here in the city. We need Shelby County government to be helping us with that. So we need to be looking to our colleagues across the way and encouraging them to think long-term about how we're going to be spending money for capital projects. And we gave this money, we said we were going to do it, and I appreciate that it's been spent in a way that may help us save money with electricity. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councilman Ford, for bringing this up and allowing us to vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councilman Warren. Seeing that there are no other members in the queue, we'll take this matter to a vote. There's no request for same night minutes on this one, is it? Okay, good. So we'll still have it for next meeting. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Seeing that the ayes have it, this will go down to our actual meeting, which will be, the next one is at our next regular meeting, 4 p.m. in July. I don't have the date right now. Sorry, you all. Next, we have Chief Person. Is that all you have?
No, ma'am. I will likely be coming back to discuss number 3, but number 2 will actually be by, I believe, the First Date Memphis organization. So I won't, well, I can be here, but
okay. Thank you,
they will lead that effort.
All right, item number 2 is First Aid Memphis 2024-2025 Quarter 2 Pre-K report. All council districts required by ordinance. Good morning, Dr. Thomas. How are you this morning?
Good morning. I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Good. We're glad you made it back safely.
Thank you.
You may proceed with your presentation. This is just presentation, so we don't need a vote. You may proceed.
Good morning. Candace Thomas, First State Memphis, 1350 Concourse Avenue. In front of you, you have our Quarter 2 from this year pre-K outcomes report. The first few slides, well, first, all of you remember that this is a part of our joint ordinance and our professional services agreement between the city and county to report to you quarterly on the outcomes of the program. And so we've talked about this many times, so I know you're going to be very familiar with this report. The first few pages of the report, as usual, just outlines the role of First Aid Memphis in the community and the early childhood system that we're all working to build. On slide 4, it's a reminder why investing in the early years are so important for children and families and for our community. And then slide 5 reminds us all of the role of First Aid Memphis, the city and county funds for early learning being allocated to First Aid Memphis, and then we work with pre-K providers across the community. So this quarter is from October 14th to December, so before the end of last year. And if you go to slide 7, as we always do, it just provides an overview of the budget and the projected expenditures for this school year. And then slide 8, as we've shown you in the past, and I know we've had many discussions about, is the request for the next fiscal year. So beginning on slide 9, just going over how the funds were used in that quarter from October to December. As usual, the funds were mostly to support salaries for teachers and staff in the program. And then some of the funds, as usual, were support program expenses and administrative expenses. In that quarter, we spent $3.6 million, or 39% of the total amount in quarter 2. And if you remember, this year we are allocating $9,063 per child in our program, which is better than last year, and we hope to continue to increase the per pupil amount. And so that's how much we spend per child in this community in pre-K through your investments. And we'd like to see, as you all know, increased investments per child. So on page 10, just a reminder that this program with your funding was for income eligible families, and per our agreement, 100% of those families were income eligible in our program for the quarter 2. And we hope that the income eligibility moves off of the requirements here effective in today's meeting. Slide 11 reminds us of this incredible investment and that your dollars are across communities across Memphis and Shelby County. And then slide 12 really just outlines where there are First State Memphis classrooms in each of your districts. You all remember that we invited you to pre-K tours. A few of you took us up on that opportunity. And if you didn't get a chance to do it this spring and you want to do it in the fall when school starts up again, we will offer that opportunity again so that you can see the program live. So slide 13, we wanted to introduce you to a family that's enrolled in one of our classrooms. And this family is at Circles of Success Learning Community. And this mom really said that she wanted a high quality kindergarten readiness education for her family. And so we were excited to meet her at Circles of Success and highlight her. We just wanted to give another face to this program. Page 14 is an exciting report out for you all. In quarter 2 of this year, we are at 93% enrollment. This is a really, really strong enrollment number for this program and for the community. If you see that last year we were at 87%, and years previous to that we were even lower, especially during COVID, the enrollment numbers were low. And so you all remember that our goal is to be above 90% enrollment, and we have gotten there. And we reported to you on our school year last year where we were at 94% enrollment. So there's a lot to celebrate there with families and communities being more and more aware of early learning and enrolling their children in the program. Page 15 highlights the attendance, another program record that we all should celebrate, that in quarter 2, 92% of the students and their parents, because their parents and their providers have to get them to school, 92% of them met the attendance goal. So that, again, is something to celebrate and to be really proud of in the community. Page 16 is around our teacher support. You remember that a part of this is around ensuring that we're building quality in the community. And you see here that 100% of the teachers received one-on-one instructional coaching. And on average, they receive 3 instances of instructional coaching each month. Again, this is around improving quality instruction. And if you haven't seen, First State Memphis is just launched a 10-month professional development series for teachers and providers in this community around improving quality. We're still accepting applications. We had room for about 150 people. The last I knew, we had 110 enrolled. This is a paid professional development opportunity for people who work in early learning centers of all types in this community. So this effort is also not only about access, but improving quality of services so that all children are getting high quality care. Page 17 or slide 17 is around whole child wellness. You remember that a part of your funding also invests in wraparound services for families. And so those families who requested additional help, 100% of them received it. And you see here the most common referrals in the first 2 quarters: Church Health, the YMCA, Rise Memphis, the Alliance for Healthcare Services. Those were some of the most common referrals from the wraparound program. So overall, we know on slide 18 that high quality programs means investments in per child and supporting teachers and caregivers. And this highlights a pre-K teacher at Circles of Success, Mr. Ragland. And again, you see the family, Mom Lanika, with her child, giving them a big hug in their early learning program. Page 19 has some really exciting data to share that our pre-K students, through your investment, exceeds K readiness thresholds. So what you see here is that 62% of children in our program on this nationally normed assessment outperform their peers. And so we're really, really excited about that and want to obviously continue to support that in future years. So finally, we're in the end of June, and we know programs across the city are enrolling kids in pre-K. And so you see on page 20, our website, prekmemphis.com, as well as a QR code. You can share that far and wide so that people can enroll children in the program. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Thomas. We have Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Thomas. It's always good when you all come do quarterly reports because we can actually see where our money is going. And this is very helpful for the next resolution item. So my question, I would love to see in the quarterly reports, and maybe it's at the end of the school year quarter, can we add the literacy I guess not improvements because they're just starting, but the literacy rates of the 3 and 4 year olds that are involved as they go on to kindergarten and elementary school so that we can keep up with that too. I know that that's something that is super, super important. And in the Tennessee, it aligns with that as they put out their literacy goals a few years ago. But just being able to see, okay, out of all of our providers and that we're able to support, city and county is able to support, how many of our babies are reading. As a toddler mom, reading and introductory to literacy and all of that is very new but very exciting, and it's definitely a science behind that. Kids just don't pick it up. So I just love to see because there's so many great providers. So maybe that's that may not be an every quarter thing for y'all to be able to get that data, but maybe at the quarter at the end of the school year, if we're able to see that starting next year, that would be helpful for us as we look at it and hopefully are able to expand it even further to more students.
Yes, thank you. We will add that to our reporting and make sure that that's a noted request in our contracts with the operators.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. It was my understanding that proficiency and literacy was a part of this presentation. Was supposed to be a part of this presentation, ongoing from inception. We talked about it last year. Proficiency, and it was supposed to be.
It could be an oversight on my part. Okay. That wasn't on my radar screen. That it was supposed to be a part of the quarterly reports.
Okay. Yes. So if you could, I agree, but we had talked about it last year. I think it was supposed to already be a part of it. If you could send that would be great.
So I'll just say for the record that the Brigance assessment that we use does assess for early literacy. So we do not expect actually a 3-year-old to read. I just want to say that for the record, that we don't expect a 3-year-old to read, but we do maybe expect them to know that a book opens up and it goes from left to right and they can follow along with whomever is reading with them. But the assessment that we use does track and assess around early literacy skills.
Okay,
And
maybe that's
so
what it
maybe
was.
that's what it was.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
We did present more thoroughly, and we can resend that to you on the Brigance assessment from last year and how that compares to the year prior.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Thomas, for your presentation. On page 17, you said something, and I'm just curious. You said there was some most asked additional assistance. In what area are the parents asking for additional assistance?
So on page, yes, you're right. On page 17, these are the most common referrals, which means that these are the parents are asking for support in these ways, and these are the referrals that wraparound providers.
What are they? What are you mostly seeing that maybe we can do better, or what we're lacking? And if that can be an additional support, because if they're asking for additional help, mostly, you said they're mostly asking for additional assistance. And so that means there's a gap somewhere, and that assistant needs, if they're looking for that assistant to be helped, then that's an impact to whatever the poverty level, the reading level, or whatever we're trying to accomplish out of that. So I was just curious, what is the most ask of assistance? Because when I look at that and look at that, and I see all this that you're giving me and this program and these numbers, it puts a light bulb that we are hopefully that we're going down the pathway of impacting crime prevention for our students. And hopefully that's what we're not giving the pipeline to prison if we can start at a young age where we're starting now. And
Correct.
so when you said assistance, what are they needing? What is the most need?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So families are telling the wraparound providers that we work with that one, their mental health is an urgent need around the country.
That's
And
what
if
I
you
wanted to
see
hear.
that mental health needs are, that with the Alliance Healthcare Services is included here. Also, parents are saying that they really want a lot more just around family well-being and supporting their children. And so the Alliance and the Kroc Center are two of the referrals to just even support, like a parent saying, how do I support my young child? I see that my young child is exposed to these things in the community. How do I make sure that they're okay? So you see mental health needs as one of the requests from families. Families are also saying that they just need access to, a lot of pre-K programs require that when children enroll, they have all their vaccinations and other healthcare services completed. So you see here that church health is one of the referrals that our programs give. A lot of families ask for or say that they need additional financial support, right, to meet basic needs, especially right now, given the state of things. And so you see that here. There are some families who are saying to wraparound providers that they need more before and after care. And so you see with the YMCA, that is one of the areas. And then obviously everybody is focused on literacy. Everyone wants to make sure that their young child is ready to be reading by 3rd grade. And so you see Memphis Public Libraries as a major wraparound referral.
Well, thank you. That's what I was gearing and targeting. Because if we can close the gap in what their need is, you can see a better outcome. We can be doing this around the circle, but if you're not meeting the need, the greatest need, because that overwhelms them even trying to be part of their child's life.
Right.
As Councilwoman Eastern Thomas said, having a toddler, their attention span, and then you got a mother with other issues that really want to see her child advance, really want to see, their skill set. And so that's what I wanted to know. And I figured mental illness would be the first on the chart because that's what everybody is, targeting, the mental illness thing. But thank you for that. That's what I was wondering, especially in this impoverished community, as we stress all the time. So I'm glad to see that you are able to provide those services. And what I would like to know is some outcomes of that. I would like to see some numbers and some outcomes. What's the difference? Are you really impacting the family? Are you talking to them and just saying, from 1, 2, 3, this is my major issue in my household with my child, or this is my financial barrier, or this is my mental state, or this is mommy needs some rest, or daddy needs some rest, or grandma, auntie. And I would just like to see the outcomes and the numbers of that in your program, because every part of it impacts every part of it for a better education and having the parents interested and maybe them learning how to read as well, because there's a problem with their literacy here in Memphis. So I would like to see some numbers and some data. Dr. Thomas, if you could.
We see that our outcomes are related to the child outcomes. So we see that as children are improving, they're going to school, their attendance are up, they're enrolling, their kindergarten, pre-K assessment scores are stronger, their kindergarten readiness assessment scores are stronger, means that one of the things that we can speculate is that families are getting access to what they need because children are doing better. Children will only do better if families have what they need.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Yes. Any other members in the queue?
Quick question.
Yes, Dr. Warren, you recognize.
As we move forward, we're about at the point where we ought to be able to see what our third graders are doing as far as reading is concerned that have been through this program. When do we get that data?
We will work on that data. We have in the audience today actually Seeding Success, and as you all may know, they are our strong partner with this, and they have a data agreement with MSCS. And so we will work on getting that data, Seeding Success and Memphis Shelby County Schools, to be able to present that to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. We were just pulling the ordinance to see what was supposed to be in the report, and I'm sure you have it, Dr. Thomas, but it's on page 6 of 7, and just for the council members so that you all can know what's in the ordinance. It's Ordinance 57-2022, and it says the quarterly reports, the fiscal agent shall provide quarterly reports to the board, the city, the county, which shall include but are not limited to the following: the number of at-risk 4-year-old children in city and county provided classrooms, pre-K testing outcomes, including the number and percentage of children considered kindergarten ready, as that term is defined by the state of Tennessee. The data shall include specific information relating to the children participating in pre-K services, financial report detailing the use of public funds, a report detailing parent and community engagement on placement of classrooms, delivery of services, and alignment for the type, i.e. STEM, Montessori, traditional college track, etc., of K through 12 instruction. So that's what's in the quarterly report. So if there's some change or amend, something for us to keep in mind. So, and just like Councilwoman Cooper Sutton just said, when you want to fill in the gaps as we go through these, there will be things that you want to know. Some we can reach out directly and ask for. And I'm sure Dr. Thomas, if we requested anything ahead of time, that Dr. Thomas will provide it to us. If there's something additional that we wanted in a quarterly report, I know you'll get it to us. And so we appreciate your report, seeing that there are no other members in the queue. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you all for coming to support. Great to see you all this morning. Item number 3 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to allocate $1.5 million to pre-K for all program, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Need a motion and a second. Motion from Councilman Ford, second from Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. So colleagues, we're passing out a slightly updated resolution, Ms. Egger-Bernard. So we know that, as we just heard in this report, that one, we're already committed to some of our smallest people in our city. And as pre-K is super important, and as we're also going through the ordinance passing of pre-K for all that was brought forth that we'll have in full council, we need to allocate funding to that. And so thankful that our colleagues across the street, at whatever time they finished last night, were able to also contribute an additional $2 million to pre-K for all. And so this resolution is asking that we, as council members, are able to not even match what the county did yesterday, but are able to allocate 1.5 million, with that source being from Ms. Edgar Bernard. I think we need to add in that 1.5 and now therefore be it resolved. So with now therefore be it resolved, Memphis City Council, that the pre-K fund shall be supported using the current funding source from the existing pre-K funding account. I can let Chief Persons talk to that if we need that, but it is my understanding that instead of using it from excess XAI money, that we go ahead and look at what we already have because it's there. There will be no impact on the general fund balance. There will be no acts for tax increase, but that 1.5 million is already in their current existing fund. So, Chair, if I can pass it to Chief Persons to expound on that in financial terms, that's the whole of the resolution. It's 2 co-sponsors on it, and if we are in support of pre-K after this discussion, I would love for it to be a full council measure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before we go any further, as chair, I will continue to preside over the matter, but I have to recuse myself from any vote on this matter as I am special counsel still for the county commission for the time being. So, don't they try to fire me? No, I'm just kidding. All right, Chief Person, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. Walter Person, 125 North Main, CFO. So currently, pre-K funding per the sales tax referendum of 2019 is funded from a special fund, Fund 245. They receive a certain allocation each year, and this additional 1.5 would probably best be served from coming from that same funding source, to Fund 245, per the sales tax referendum that was passed several years ago.
And Chief Persons, the money is already in the fund balance, correct?
There is some money in the fund balance that can cover a $1.5 million expense.
And it won't impact any general fund or any other budget line item that was
It
voted
will
on
not, no.
2 weeks ago.
You are correct, Doctor. There will be no impact to general fund as a result of using 245, which is a separate restricted fund.
I just forgot what I said. I said I'm going to reside over the matter and not preside over the matter. So I know the correct word. You are.
We know what you're talking about.
It just hit me that many minutes later, though. That's the funny part. We have Councilwoman Logan in the queue, then Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, then Councilman Warren, and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I appreciate Councilwoman for bringing this. I just wanted to note a couple of things, and I've already talked to Dr. Thomas regarding the issues. I really love the fact that we are doing this. I think it's great for the youth in our city, and I think it's great for the working families in our city. We definitely need to continue with this type of programming to see larger changes on a larger scale. The only thing that I did want to put on the table, and for us to make certain that as we move forward, we look at any unintended consequences that may come up as a result of this initiative. And I'm pretty sure as we move forward, we'll be able to find solutions for it. But with expanded services and expanded opportunities for our community, our working families, there are a number of independent operators that own daycares, there are churches, there are neighborhood, there are a lot. I have a list of preschools, daycares that operate independently. And so I like the fact that we are bringing some type of regulation to it. However, some of them won't be able to survive. And, it's like 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other, in the sense of we're providing free universal daycare and preschool. So those that are open and it's for pay, there may be some adverse consequences for them. And I do want us to look at that. I know we have opportunity for them to move into the first aid system and to come under the umbrella. And I want to make certain that we've looked at that partnership or how that's done, and making certain that they are able to maintain having their doors open and be able to maintain their revenue. So those are the things, because we don't want to be providing for the working families, but yet creating an issue for working families by closing the an adverse effect on them by some of them not being able to withstand losing customers due to free daycare. So, always when we have something that we think is an amazing thing, there's always another side to the coin. So I just want to make certain that that is put there so that we can really objectively look at it in this program and help to ensure that the hundreds and hundreds of daycare operators and preschool operators remain viable, and we have options, and there's no monopoly that comes out of it. But the work that you're doing is amazing, and we appreciate it. I've toured and was very impressed with what I saw. I think that the opportunity is great. We just have to be very intentional about making certain that we include as many as possible and have many options and neighborhood options, and continue to have healthy independent operators. So just wanted to put that there, but congratulations on a job well done, and we'll continue to navigate through this process of fine-tuning and having a great product to offer the citizens. Thank you. You're back.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. Does this put our obligation from 7 to 8.5?
Yes, ma'am, Vice Chair, it does.
Does that put us in jeopardy of a maintenance of effort of having an ongoing responsibility of it being 8.5 every year?
That's an interesting question. I'll have to discuss that with legal counsel. I cannot say for certain that it will, because we typically allocate the funds on a year-by-year basis, but I will investigate that and get back with you, ma'am.
Point of information. I think one of the reasons that we chose to do this was the fact that there is no maintenance of effort obligation for pre-K as there would be if we did this for the school system. So we do not have a legal obligation, maintenance of effort, but we may have a moral one. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the clarification, but if we could also get that legally, I would appreciate it. Thank you so much for your input.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilman Warren, you're recognized. If there's something additional
Thank you. I
say.
just wanted to say this is a program as we move forward that right now you can predict how many jail cells you're going to need by the number of kids that can read in 3rd grade. And this particular program prepares our kids and bring kids up to speed in the school system that may have been lost. So this is money well invested. Every dollar we invest here, the $8.5 million, is going to save us $30 to $60 million in police fees and jail fees in 20 years, whatever. So I think that this is the right place to put money, and I'm glad to be with my council members voting for this. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
And I want to say that I absolutely support and I believe in this program. I've seen the outcome of the program. We just want to intelligently know the financial obligation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I want to thank Councilwoman Logan. The last quarter you were here, I think I asked about that. I read an email that was sent to me about small businesses and not impacting those other pre-K businesses that are out there in small communities that are really doing an amazing job, and want to make sure that they have some sustainability, even if they have to come in, but that's their business. And to connect and to work with them, because it takes all of us in Memphis. It's enough money for all of us here in Memphis to do the job that needs to be done for our babies and to see them in advance. And Councilwoman Swearingen, you took my question with good answer, maintenance of effort. I wanted to make sure that this is not an obligation, and I concur with you as well. I want to hear it from a legal standpoint to make sure, because things changes. Dr. Warren, okay, you're just a doctor. Thank you. I want to hear it from the legal standpoint to make sure. And I'm excited about this because I know how important it is for us to invest in our babies, in our children here in Memphis. And just point of information, is coming from our regular fund, right? The fund 245, if I remember you said. We're not going anywhere else. This is coming, I think you said fund, that was 245?
Yes, ma'am. It's
Okay.
Fund 245, the Sales Tax Referendum Fund.
And there's money there. We don't have to worry about doing anything.
There is money there to cover this expense. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We now have Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Thomas, and I'm sure you already have this information, but just to add to the reasoning why we're doing this, how many will adding seats to the pre-K for all, will that expand to more providers to be able to pull in more businesses as providers?
Absolutely. We are projecting, depending on the results of today, that we'll be able to add between 15 and 20 providers to this program, which you all know that it's 20 children per classroom allocation. And our team has done a lot of research. The providers in the community have applied to First State Memphis. So we would also be expanding the number of providers in the program through the investments.
Thank you. And you said 15 to 20 providers and about 20 seats per provider. So we're looking at a couple extra hundred of students to be able to go there. Do you have that exact number?
150?
Approximately 200?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so thinking about, as Councilman Dr. Warren said, another 200 babies at that point, right? If you're 3 to 4. And thinking about the difference between daycare and pre-K, right? Having a curriculum, having teachers who are trained directly and getting you kindergarten ready, that may be happening that's probably happening at a lot of daycares too, just because of the teachers that are there. But for us to be able to directly impact and support science database curriculum to get our kids ready in a pre-K, versus what we know folks need all over the city as far as daycare, that really, really helps. And then as we're thinking about me bringing my perspective, I don't know if I'm a young mom, but a younger mom, a millennial mom. And so you have individuals in our city, right, who are paying hand over fist, right, for daycare or pre-K. And so speaking to some of the parents on here on our council, right, thinking of the difference in child care costs 10, 15, 20 years ago, I won't even say what we're doing now, but it can be the difference between someone being able to purchase a home and live in Memphis, right? If you're paying $1,200, $1,300 a month for daycare or pre-K, you can't own a home, right? You're thinking about your transportation. You're not able to do your savings correctly. So there are plenty of kids to go around to all the providers we have in this city. And I'm glad that even with this, it's adding businesses and providers. I'm sure those 15 providers are all over our districts because that's where the students are needing them. It's adding our seats, and it's also going to give some some financial freedom to parents, maybe single parents, families who are able to say, now I can save $11,000 to $12,000 a year. $11,000 to $12,000 a year if we can get our babies enrolled in pre-K for all. So just even thinking about the community impact on that, the financial impact on that, I think adding a $1.5 million from a fund we already have is something very, very easy to do. So I'm glad y'all are doing this program. I'm glad we were able to hear this resolution. I kindly ask colleagues, if you love to be added as a co-sponsor, Chair White, we know you can't, but if you love to be added as a co-sponsor, and I'm not asking for same night minutes, so we have time to talk to legal in that time in between July for maintenance of effort. But I would love to have you all on here as co-sponsors along with Councilwoman Green and Councilman Ford Sr. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Council and council members, I was going to say we're a little bit over, so hopefully we can wrap this one up with Councilwoman Logan, if possible. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you so much. Yes, that's what happens to us on committee. We always go over. But to Councilwoman Easter Thomas's point, it is a wonderful thing to have structure, to be able to bring structure to daycares, and I totally agree with that. But I also believe shiny doesn't always mean better. I like to see the data. So we really don't have any proficiency or child development numbers to make certain that we're on target, and you're going to bring those. So I'll be glad to see that, to make certain that that's what we're doing. And I do appreciate the fact that you all added in some wraparound services money, because a lot of those independent daycares and preschools that are doing a great work, they meet that need in the neighborhood. A lot of times in the neighborhood, when you have these wonderful daycares, and then some that need regulation, some that they are not doing what they should, and that's in any industry. But sometimes they give that parent who lacks parenting skills, that, you know, mom working 2 jobs, they are there for them, and they notice things that are happening with the children that maybe a single parent may not, and they're able to provide those things. And so you all being able to have funding for wraparound services is important as well. So if, you know, as you expand and as we expand, and rightly so, we're still able to give that, to meet that need of the community and small independent preschools and daycares, meet their needs as well. So thank you for that foresight, to know that if you're going to do this, we also need to be able to be there for them in ways that are not just academic. Thank you so much. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Seeing that there are no other council members in the queue, all those in favor of this resolution say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Oh, okay. And I recuse, and I've already stated my reasons on record. Seeing that the ayes have it, this matter will go down with a favorable recommendation to our next council meeting in July. Thank you so much, Dr. Thomas. Good to see you. You have a great day. Thank you, Chief Person.
Thank you.
The Budget and Audit Committee is hereby adjourned.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Ford Sr.
Present. We have one item, and that's a monthly update from TransPro and Matter board members, all council districts, requested by me. Okay. We have Mr. Lewis here, and we have one of our board members here. And we got everybody, I want everybody to introduce themselves, all the board members. Y'all come.
And I'm Kristen, the vice chair. Dana Pointer, finance chair.
Jackson McNeil.
Okay.
Sandy Pudding.
There you go. She stepped out.
And we had another member, Brian Marflack, here. He just had to leave. He's
Okay.
he's with FedEx, and he's a board. He's a commissioner.
Okay.
And I'm Emily Greer.
Good
Chair.
enough. All right, we're going to start. And let the record show Cooper Sutton, Dr. Easter Thomas has joined us. Thank you. And we're going to turn everything. Who? All right, we're going to start. Mr. Lewis, we're going to let you begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm going to allow our board chair to start things off this afternoon.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Emily Greer, chair of the Board of Commissioners, 1370 Levy Road. So thank you, truly, thank you for the opportunity for the MATA Board of Commissioners and Mr. Lewis to present our budget. And that's what we'd like to do today, is present our budget for FY26. Before I let Mr. Lewis and actually Chair Pointer come up and present the budget, I'd like to make some opening remarks to set the context with your indulgence. So on October 22nd, 2024, not 1924, 2024, yeah, it was not 1,024 days ago, it was 247 days ago. We, the Board of Commissioners, were sworn into our roles, and we stood in this room, and we listened to your hopes and your expectations for our service to MATA and to the community. Since then, we have spent over 71 hours in board meetings and committee meetings. Together, we toured the main MATA facility, which, by the way, is in deplorable conditions and a terrible place for our employees to work in. And individually, we participated in biweekly meetings with the city. We conducted phone interviews with transit systems in Kansas City, Indianapolis, and some board members met with local advocacy groups, some of which are represented here today. We attended transit meetings. We met with Public Transit Association in DC. We met with former employees, and we rode the bus. And at each of our 5 public board meetings, we have heard directly from our riders about their experiences and their challenges with MATA. We have also overseen improvements and efficiencies that have resulted in more transparency and improved service for MATA's customers. MATA is now delivering timely and accurate financial statements for the first time in years. The board has uncovered, as you know, and reported financial mismanagement that resulted in the firing of responsible employees and the development of policies and procedures to prevent this from happening again. We approved the purchase of 12 new buses, 15 new MATA Plus buses, and we've accepted the transfer of 23 used buses from a sister agency to hold us over until new buses are manufactured and delivered to us with spare parts. We have attended MATA employee town halls, and we've met with operators and maintenance teams who are the heart and soul of this operation, never doubted. And we listened to their challenges and their fears. We shook their hands and we looked them in the eye and we told them we would make it better. We did this because we believed that MATA could be fixed and that we could play a role in doing it. And we believe that because you told us you wanted it too. We're here today because at this point, we believe that our number one job is to advocate for what MATA needs. And we need you to know that funding MATA at $30 million will not allow us to meet the needs of our riders now and for the foreseeable future. This is not about how it gets doled out. This is about the total amount of what we need to accomplish during the next year to make progress we all and you all need and fully expect. We hear you that it's a belt-tightening year for the city, but this cannot be a belt-tightening year for MATA. If you do that at $30 million, this will stop our ability to offer any positive change at MATA. And it will have negative ramifications, possibly for years to come. We believe $30 million of funding will have the following impacts. We will not be able to return to the baseline service offered in 2023 before the fall schedules were published. We will not be able to offer any additional frequency on the main fixed routes. On most of our routes, buses come every 1 to 2 hours during the weekday. And on weekends, service is reduced even further. We will not be able to offer any additional MATA Plus service. Currently, we deny over 300 trips every month to members of this community who have disabilities because we don't have the vehicles and operators that we need. We will not be able to bring the steel-wheeled trolleys back at $30 million. We will not be able to pay our vendors that are currently overdue more than 90 days, and that amount is $7.75 million in outstanding payments. We also believe this situation could result in other difficulties because we're not paying people, and that will result in additional attorney's fees and which will further increase our debt and will result in more vendors unwilling to serve MATA, which is the case in some cases currently. And this, which will continue to prevent us from delivering efficient service because vendors won't service us. And we will not be able to attract good quality candidates for the permanent CEO position, which we will start to search for, and we'll vote on that tomorrow in our board meeting. In summary, we believe that at $30 million, 1 year from now, the transit system will not be better off than it is today. And it will require even more dollars to turn it into the transit system that our citizens need and deserve. $30 million is, at best, a Band-Aid on a system that needs emergency surgery. We implore you to reconsider your allocation, and increase it to $45 million. With $45 million, we'll be able to increase the frequency of service on major routes by increasing our number of buses and operators from 54 buses to 73 buses. We can add 8 additional drivers to MATA Plus, thereby increasing service. We can return the steel-wheeled trolleys to Main Street. We can pay all of our outstanding debt to vendors, some of which who are local and small businesses and who need their money. And we can attract a transformational CEO who likes a challenge and can simultaneously build a strong foundation and look at MATA in a creative way with innovative solutions to solve our city's transit issues. 247 years ago, you asked us to do everything we could to provide quality service to our citizens. Today, whether or not we can do that is entirely in your hands. Thank you for having us today, and we really do appreciate the opportunity to speak to you directly. So now I'm going to invite Commissioner Pointer up, and she and Mr. Lewis will present the budget and take your questions. Thank you for your indulgence.
I did have Chase Carlisle. Oh, he's in the audience now, so he's here. Yeah. And our board member, you joined us. Board member, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, we'll begin our presentation of the FY26 operating budget for MATA. MATA began its budget preparation with I'm sorry, sir. Good. Thank you, sir.
I just want to make sure.
MATA began its budget preparation with an expectation of a status quo level of funding from the city of $35.6 million. That was the level of funding that the agency received in FY25. With the announcement of the FY26 operating budget allocation from MATA at $30 million, our planning for FY26 had to change. It was no longer possible to restore the 2024 service levels that were secretly cut by prior MATA leadership. Service levels would therefore remain the same for bus and paratransit, and the steel wheel trolley service would be replaced with rubber trolley replicas, and I'll explain more on that service later in the presentation. So what does that mean from a bus service standpoint? In 2024, the published service schedule called for 74 buses in operations in order to provide bus service. 8 of our routes provided headways of 30 minutes or less. 10 routes had headways of 60 minutes, and 5 routes had headways of 90 minutes to 120 minutes. In 2026, we will run a service of 54 buses in operation. 7 routes will have a mix of 30 to 60-minute headways. 11 routes will have headways of 60 minutes, and 5 routes will have headways of 120 minutes. So our operational plan for FY26 will be to deliver status quo service levels. We will continue to operate 23 bus routes with 54 buses in operation rather than the 74 buses that were in operation in 2024. We will provide that service with 149 bus operators rather than 170, and our paratransit service, our MATA Plus on-demand response service, will continue to provide the same service hours that we provide today, but we'll provide that service with 64 operators rather than the hoped-for 72 in order to reduce the denials that Chair Greer talked about. 300 of our most needy and vulnerable riders today are being denied each month due to lack of operators and vehicles. And we'll also have to eliminate MATA's funding for the Groove on-demand service. Regarding trolley bus, every day we will provide rubber wheel trolleys that will be in service on Main Street from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. with 30-minute headways. That service will require 2 rubber-wheeled replica trolleys with 2 backups to provide that service. We'll be using 4 operators to run that service. They will be fixed route operators to continue to run that service. Our maintenance team will continue at current service levels in order to keep the 54 vehicles needed for our service at a state of good repair, along with the 60 MATA plus demand response vehicles and those 4 rubber-wheeled trolleys. We will continue to move towards getting a steel-wheeled trolley ready for service. And as I mentioned earlier, I will give you more details on the status of that after Finance Committee Chair Dana Pointer goes into the details of the budget. But we do not have in our FY26 budget any operators funded to operate our steel-wheeled Main Street trolley. Those will have to be added if funding is added to the budget later to provide operations for the Main Street trolley. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Finance Committee Chair Dana Pointer to go through the details of the FY26 budget.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. And I'll just say that I do believe the resolution that was passed in October is a really good one because it provides transparency for the council and gives you an opportunity to keep up with what we're doing and the financial position, which has been deficient for the last few years. So I'm here just to kind of go over on a high-level view of what you have in front of you. This is the proposed budget for fiscal year 26. And I'll just kind of highlight some of the items where there were changes made from the fiscal year 25. And this is an estimate that goes through, of course, June 30. But I will say first that this does represent fiscal responsibility while we have really doled over how to make $30 million work in this budget. Obviously, we committed to increasing service, increasing, the service experience for the community. But with $30 million, we're able to keep everything as is. And that is no increase in routes or schedule as Chair Greer has already explained. So in order to balance the budget, we have revenues that is an overall decrease of about $5.6 million. Obviously, $5.6 million, well, about $6 million comes from the previous $36 million allocation from the city of Memphis. In there, we've also increased, we've estimated an increase of about $300,000 in passenger fares. That's getting service where we're able to deliver the 54 schedules and routes that we actually publish and have them on time. So we have already begun hiring more operators. So that's why we're able to hopefully increase the fares revenues. There are no changes in grants or the federal grants or state grants. I will make a note that federal grants here, you'll notice the large amount in fiscal year 25, but $9 million of that was actually those were funds received late that were allocated for 24. So that's really not a $9 million increase. We've kept the federal and state grants the same. So really the reduction in revenue, it all comes from the city of Memphis. In salaries and wages, an overall reduction in other salaries of about $6 million. Operators, you'll find an increase of about $1.2 million, and that's to get the number of operators that we have on staff up to where we can provide those the services as they are today in a more efficient manner, thereby reducing the amount of overtime. If you'll notice, and I think this is in the wrong column, is it? The $1.5 million is an FY25 estimate, and we're reducing that by $1 million. So that's an overtime. So by hiring more operators, we'll be able to reduce overtime as well as have more on-time service. And I'll skip to the next page because there are no changes in the other fringes and employee leaves. Skipping to the next page in the income statement for other expenses, you'll see a reduction of about 2.5 million. We were able to decrease quite a bit in professional fees. There was a lot of duplication that was going on in professional fees, legal services, and just a number of contracts that MATA had previously. A lot of agencies, a lot of professionals doing the same thing. So we were able to identify those and reduce that budget for about 2.5 million. Materials and supplies stay the same because we're keeping service as it is today. And if you flip over into other operating expenses, there's very little change there. Utilities and phone, we were able to identify some savings there of about $300,000 by moving to a different phone system. And actually, it's a better phone system. Also, travel has been reduced by about $100,000. There was a lot of travel. We've reduced travel to only what's necessary and to those individuals that have to meet training requirements and things of that nature. That concludes the high-level overview of the proposed budget at the current revenue or income that we know that we'll be receiving. I'll entertain any questions.
With the trolley, did that also include Harbortown and Madison?
So right now, the priority is to restore the Main Street trolley. That is the priority. The other trolley lines haven't been in operation in multiple years, and so the first priority is Main Street. Once we get that up and running, we'll then move in subsequent years to get the other trolley lines back up in order. But right now, the primary focus is on Main Street.
Are there any grants available for funding? Have we pursued that other than the federal money?
The grants that are available are capital grants. There are little to no grants available to provide operations. And so one of the things I'll get into in the later portion of the presentation are some of the things we have to do to fix the Main Street trolley. Most of those efforts are funded through state and federal grants because those are capital in nature. But even once that is done, funding the operators and the mechanics and salaries and everything, that is operating in nature, must be done with local funding.
Will we be seeing the auditing report, the forensic report?
That is a city report, and I will defer to the city staff on that.
Do we know the status of that? We've asked for so long.
Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. So the PwC forensic analysis, I think, has been conducted in large part. I believe that they have prepared some draft documents which are currently being reviewed. And I think that Chief Gibson may be able to speak to that with a little bit more specificity.
Sure. Tanara Gibson, Chief Legal Officer, 125 North Main. Vice Chair, I believe we have an attorney-client after this. I can speak to it more, but you will receive it very, very soon.
Okay. Do we have money to be able to increase from 30 million? Where would that come from?
Walter Person again. Well, frankly, Vice Chair, the reality is what we shared during the length of the budget season. Our monies are what they are. We would be using fund balance if we wanted to provide additional funding to MATA. While we're on the topic, I know people have discussed the Transit and Vision Fund. Well, number one, that fund does not currently contain the kind of monies that have been expressed today as being needed. So it doesn't even begin to address the gaps that they're talking about at MATA. So any kind of funding of that nature would have to come from fund balance ultimately.
which would put us in a terrible position.
In my opinion, ma'am, after all the work that has been done by this body to try to get us back on the path to at least some incremental contribution, it would be a step in the wrong direction.
Is there any way to get private funding?
I would say this, I'm not a transportation expert. There are many different entities. I've done some preliminary research into transit. I think there are a variety of different funding mechanisms. Some entities have internally generated funds or taxable entities. Those were discussed. There are some entities that do have a public-private partnership. There are a variety of different ways of funding transportation. I don't know what has or has not been explored. I know initially we had relied on the expertise that TransPro was reported to provide to hopefully share some of that, but as of right now, I can't speak to it more intelligently than that.
All right, I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right, let the record show that. Chair Canali was here, and Councilwoman Walker. Okay. Dr. Warren, you're next.
Councilwoman Walker, then me. Is that correct?
Well, ladies first.
All righty,
Thank you, sir.
ladies first. Thank you for coming. Thank you for this presentation. So, as it relates to the staff, I'm getting calls and texts about past due raises. I know the union, they have a union, and the union is dealing with some major challenges. A deputy director has been appointed, the secretary was fired, they got evicted from their office on Airways, and some other things. And so the budget is important, the routes, the service are important, the riders are important, but I don't hear enough about the staff, And I don't even know if you can speak to it, but do you know anything about what's going on with these raises that keep getting delayed and delayed and delayed?
So, two things I want to deal with in answering this question. Number one, you are absolutely correct. The operators and mechanics are covered under a collective bargaining agreement, and their collectively bargained raise is funded in the FY26 budget. And so that was bargained. Their raise was decided through that negotiated process 2 years ago and is funded in this budget. And so that will occur. What I believe you are talking about, there are a handful of people within the bargaining unit that were slated for raises based on their annual service date. And that is, and I'll give you an example. If I joined MATA on January 1st and Ms. Pointer joined it on July 1st, I would get my raise on January 1st. Ms. Pointer would get hers on July 1st. There are a handful of people where those raises have been delayed, and maybe some started, I got mine early and Ms. Pointer got hers a little late. We're working through that mishap with the union to correct that. So in that there have been some administrative mishaps. We're working with the union to deal with that. But collectively, the raises for the overall bargaining unit, those are collectively bargained. There is nothing that we can do to change that or get around that. And those subsequent raises are funded in the FY26 budget. You brought up some issues. I just want to clarify. There are some issues with the union leadership. That is union business. That has nothing to do with MATA's leadership. That is their leadership issue that they are dealing with. So I don't want it to be seen that.
Sure. But if you were able to speak to it to any degree, I would, appreciate that. But I'm clear. Also, I'm clear on what you're saying. So going back to the handful, what do you think the turnaround time is as far as making good with the handful?
Yes. I don't have that information with me, but I will get that and get the exact date and time frame that was just brought to my attention in the last few days, and I will get that to the committee staff by the end of the week.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, the C-suite, as we call them, how satisfied are you with the C-suite? Do you all plan to make any changes or leave everything as it is? Increase the C-suite? It's kind of a tongue twister. Increase the C-suite, decrease it, or just any types of changes as it relates to the C-suite?
Are you talking salary-wise?
Salary-wise, positions, personnel, promotions, demotions, dismissals.
So from a C-suite standpoint, there really is no C-suite right now. The changes that were made, the terminations that the Madam Chair alluded to were C-suite positions. They are going to be filled. The board is now recruiting for a chief financial officer and will begin recruitment for a chief executive officer. And the board will determine the compensation rate for those new professionals. We are interim people and we will be exiting. Transpro team will be exiting by the end of August. So the board will determine the compensation rate for those individuals. In this current FY26 budget, there are very modest increases for the entire administrative staff, less than 2%, but nothing else outside of that.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you guys for this presentation. This is the most information that I think we've been able to have since I've been on the council. So it's important for us to see this, and I think it's important as a board that you got to see this because just having this data helps. I heard your plea, and I agree with what you're saying. I think part of us getting our downtown and our convention traffic back up again really does count on having that metal trolley running up and down the road. Part of making sure that all of our people can get to work does mean that we need to have these services back. Right now, we're looking at a budget where we don't have the additional $15 million that I would want to give you right now. My question is, I guess, to administration, is that we were going, as I recall, we looked at our budget and we said, we're going to base this budget on money that we actually have coming in. We don't know what we have coming in yet, and we're going to look at this again in September to see how we looked after we actually got our collections. Mr. Person, I see you came up to answer this question. So as we're looking at this again, what, and this is a twofold question for TransPro and for Mr. Person, if we can't do all of this 15 million and we had to do part of it, what part would you recommend to get trolley and other routes back up again most effectively? We could only do half of it. And Mr. Person, if we could get half of that money, will we be able to tell something in September about where that might come from? So I'll leave Mr. Person, if you could answer first, and then go back to Transpro.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. With the relative to your question, September, we should have a really good idea about the property tax aspect of our collections. And that was
And that's
probably
a big part of our collections, right?
And that is the largest single source of revenue that we have as a city. Yes, sir.
And so that comes in much better than we thought, because we did very conservative estimates, right?
And if that comes in, yes, sir, we've also discussed, not to rehash everything, but this body discussed potentially revisiting salary increases for first responders. We discussed some additional expenses that are also contingent on that performance. So this would also be an additional expense. With that being said, I mean, that would put us in a better position, but we would have additional expenses that have been discussed prior to by this body that would also come to the forefront.
I would like to suggest that as we look at that point in time, because we're hoping that we actually come in better than we did. We budgeted very conservatively based on excellent, I think, financial advice from Mr. Person, even if he did go to Harvard. I think it really did, I mean, it's good and great advice for us. I think this is something as a council we may want to come back and make sure we're looking at. And I'm asking for you and as a board and Transpro to think what would be, if you can't get 15 million, what would be the next thing you need for us to move forward? And then as a council, we need to be thinking about how we can do this amount next year in toto so we can try to bring this back up, because I think everybody up here realizes we need you guys and we need what MATA offers for our city. And I don't think anybody's up here saying we don't want to do this. We're just saying we don't have the money for it right now. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That's just my thoughts. And I'm hoping that as you guys are looking at this, you'll bring us back that proposal that says, here's plan B, C, and D based on, let's say you got 25%, 50%, 75%. What would you do with each of those? It's done. So let's see those two. And thank you for this presentation. It's more than I've had the whole time I've been here, and I appreciate it muchly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Greer, for your words, giving us back our words, and you being committed to make sure you and the new board, giving you ample enough time to review, look at where we are, and try to make it better. The second, thanks. Thank you. I remember, back in February, we did have a 100-day plan and what it looked like and what you all had given us, and I'm going to let you talk a little bit more about that. However, my concern is you stated we were on operational planning. We've lost, not operational planning, I'm sorry. Operational planning for FY20 budget overview, the core budget assumption results in the following services that we have lost, and that was a question, at least about 300 riders. Is that correct? At least about 300 riders?
No, I think that statistic was the denials that are happening on average each month for
It's
our MATA
300.
Plus.
That's denials.
Average denials.
Average.
Yes. So those are MATA Plus riders who request a scheduled ride and are denied because we don't have an available vehicle or an operator.
Okay. Chief Person just related that hopefully by September we can look at property taxes. Did he just, and maybe trying to decide which way we would go. However, if I'm not mistaken, I think those registration fees were part of the plan. If we got that money, and I know we had some issues with that, that was also going to be dedicated funding to MATA. Am I correct? What did Chief Person? Okay. Oh, all right. Chief Adams, were you aware of that? Were you aware of the registration fees that we did on last year's budget? And I think we finally got that in order. That was some dedicated funding that wanted to be reserved for MATA.
So there was conversation about creating the dedicated fund, but I don't think this body or the administration has proposed that as such. I think moving forward, that could be a possibility. Right now, what we're trying to do is level set and stabilize the city's finances overall. You know, one thing that I think, you know, as we consider, the city's operating budget was cut as well. We cut in some areas. You all wanted to give raises. You didn't give raises to the tune of the request. There's material and supplies that we've cut as well. So there's shared sacrifice all the way around. So to this end, I do appreciate, you're right, this is more data than we've ever received before, but I do appreciate the fact that we are all looking at this from a collective so that we clearly understand. So when the mayor deliberately, along with Chief Person and their team, looked at what our projected finances would be and what we currently have, I think it was well thought out. As you all know, that we've had a lot of discourse week after week after week during the budget season to discuss what we could afford and what we could not afford. And so I think what you all set on is what we truly have, and we could then provide directly to the citizens as opposed to a wish.
Thank you, Chief. You've answered my question. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Ford. Okay, so for me right now, I'm just trying to figure out, and this is not just with MATA, this is with everything. Mm-hmm. What did we ask for? What were our deliverables? Where are we now? And so I went back and I just asked them to pull for me the 100-day plan. And I hate that I didn't think about this earlier, to go back to this plan. Because had I would have requested that the presentation that was sent in was kind of a match with the 100-day plan in terms of this is what the deliverables were and here's where we are with those. And I always try to be positive and optimistic in those things. And I don't necessarily disagree that there needs to be additional funding in MATA, as well as a lot of other areas. However, one of the issues that I continue to see and the concerns that I continue to have, and now that I am on the council and I understand it, I'm trying to make sure that this is something that we correct. And you all heard it if you were here in budget earlier, of us matching up with what was said with what's going on now. And with that in mind, it's difficult to say at this point how much more money needs to go into MATA when right now, as I'm sitting here, when I thought that we were going the TransPro route, and maybe the administration needs to come up and offer some guidance for me too to make sure that I'm on track. I thought when we got TransPro involved, we were looking into how do we correct MATA, how do we transform it. One of the complaints was we have these large buses without people on them. We had complaints about staffing. We had complaints about buses not being on time. And when I get this report, the report, one, doesn't really align with the 100-day plan, and we're at 100-day 140. And then the other thing is that when I look at, for instance, even the 100-day plan, enhancing customer satisfaction, creating a roadmap for back to the basic strategy. Okay, well, what happened there? Was a survey created? Do we have some kind of collectible data as to whether or not customer satisfaction has improved? And then when I look at the numbers here, I do appreciate getting some detailed numbers. But when I look at the actual report, it's like it's nothing really transformational about it. We still gonna have 54 bus schedule. I don't understand if we're transforming or going to smaller buses, what the long-term goal is, Or if we add 15 million additional dollars, is it just to fund the same old status quo? Or are we actually looking at some other transit systems? And are we really trying to figure out how do we overhaul? And I understand that you all inherited a big, I mean, this was no small feat. And let me go back, because I always like to start with praises. I appreciate the hard work. I appreciate you all going out, getting on the buses, collecting the information. I mean, that is commendable. That shows that this goes above and beyond what we probably could have ever asked for. And I want to say thank you, because you all are volunteering to do this work. But from the standpoint of TransPro, I thought when we got TransPro in, it was supposed to be transformational. Like we were supposed to get some new ways, innovative ways to provide effective transit. We were going to look at how to start changing our buses. It seems like we've ordered some additional buses. I can't tell if they're the same size or not, the big buses. And so my issue is more money, but more money to what? You know, more money to maintain what? You know, on the first page, it says operational planning, and my colleagues have praised it, but it says operational planning, fixed route service will remain at 54 bus schedule in operation today. MATA demand response service will remain the same. We've clearly established that what we're doing isn't working, that there are newer, innovative ways to address what it is that we're doing. So I guess for me, I want to take a step back, and maybe today is not the day to address it, but what I would like is to get from the 100-day plan that we got on February 4th, 2025, Chairman, what I would like is a report that matches what the deliverables were, and they can go line for line, the deliverables. And I would like to see what it is that's been done as it pertains to this. And at some point, I would like to see a transformational plan. Because nothing that I see here fixes the things that I've heard are the issue.
Mr. Chair, if we could ask. So we came today to present the budget that was requested. We have all of the information that you've requested. I would love to be able to sit down with Transportation Committee members individually, because it takes more than 15, 20 minutes to go through these issues. We really need, we have a lot of graphics, a lot of information, and a lot of reports that we really need some one-on-one time. And so I would love to be able to schedule that time with individual members. And if I could get who from your staff that I could schedule that with, we will get on that immediately, because we really have that information and would love to get in-depth conversations with you to answer your questions.
Chairman, if I may respond, I appreciate that. I don't think it needs to be a one-on-one. What I would like to do, Chairman, if we could, maybe we can, I'm willing to give a day to MATA. I mean, it's big enough for us to do it just like we did a budget hearing. I'm willing to give a day. If it takes more than a day, I'm willing to sit down so that we can understand and we can go line for line what it is that we're doing. Because the thing is, and I understand that it's the budget, and I appreciate you bringing that correction to me. I appreciate that it is the budget, but it's a budget that's being presented for an additional $15 million than the $30 million that's been allocated. So it's a total request of $45 million. Is that correct? No.
No.
The budget
Let me interject something right now. We're going on the budget of 30 right now. Now, which is going to come. We don't know what kind of money we have right now. We got to try to at least check to maybe September. That's why I'm going to ask that 30 million will take you how far? It's broken down. 30 million, what we have when we know, we put in a budget. There's a 38, that's $8 more million. That will show certain other things, then going back up to 45 million, that would be another 7 million. We can't count money that we don't have right now, okay? Hoping that we will have it. I know Councilwoman Washington, you mentioned one, can't count their money right now. Things were messed up, okay? But God good, and I think it's still gonna be there. A lot of other things to bring some money in here. But if people would have kept their mouth closed and wouldn't have been interfering, maybe we would have your 45 million. But people were busy. Very, very busy. Okay? But we're working on that, okay? I don't take it off the table. You know, I always said God good, he will make a way out of no way, okay? But when you got bad people that look, hey, it's about them and whatever, that kind of messes up everything else that we're trying to do. But I'm looking at 30, what we have now, 8 more coming.
Thank you,
Then
Councilman
the other,
Ford.
that will end up putting us as a whole. Everything will be put back in place, from the trolley, all the buses and everything else, in which we're gonna try to have another meeting to bring all of those different things. But we're really just trying to work on what we put in budget right now and how long it's gonna take us, that 30 million.
That's correct, sir. What I think, if you take nothing else from this discussion today, this board has created, you have a $30 million balanced budget. You will not come back from and have Matta coming back asking for bridge loans, asking for additional money. We are committed to living within the means of this budget. But you've also heard that if there are additional funds, here's what they can do with it. So we provided options at 38. We can do option 1 and option 2 at 45. We can do all of the above. But 30 million, we can provide the service that has been outlined in front of you.
And just to say one more thing, I was going down Everett Preston Boulevard and the bus was there, and you know what, I was afraid to even pass the bus because I thought it was gonna fall over. I'm serious. The bus was like this. It was a shame, okay? So if you see some buses, just see how they might be the same thing. But I was afraid to really pass that bus. I thought you were just gonna break down or fall over. Okay, and that was yesterday, you know. So I mean, I pray that we get all this other where we can correct that, because, you know, the trolley, those are important things, especially for downtown, putting the real trolley back. You know, if nobody ride it, people that come in from out of town might spend some money. Just looking at the trolley, just downtown. When you go to all these other cities, what you see, you know, I tell folks and they don't even look at it. And I mentioned, hey, where's our Ferris wheel? We got a Ferris wheel. Every city got one, but how much money does that one little Ferris wheel bring to the city of Memphis? And you know what? A Ferris wheel, they start at $250,000. No money, but we own one. I'd like to know where it is. Where is it? So, hey, we can use what we already have. But those type things are what I'm looking at, okay? And, you know, that's what brings, well, this is not a convention city, but tourism. You have to bring people that's gonna come here and spend some money. We don't have that, but we gotta do some things that make them come here. You know, and little things will make some money, especially when you go, and you know, I'm gonna just say, we were talking with the budget, and what is that, Brooks, this building right here? They want to take funding out of Brooks. How you gonna take some funding out of something that's coming up? And you know what? That particular one place will bring so much back to the city, and it'll bring that trolley back. Because you got people, just because of that one building, one little building. Because if you go to New Orleans, see what you see. Everything is on our waterfront. You know, the worst mistake that we ever did, and that started 20-something years ago when I was on the council. It was riverfront development then, okay? Worst mistake we ever let them control something. That was ours. Messed up things. And hey, that's just like Mud Island and everything else. People, we always talk about what's helping Mud Island, this, that, and the other. How you gonna do it? Because we got an entity that takes care of, and they don't do anything unless that's what they want. our mistakes. We gotta come beyond those mistakes. But like I said, that one place, hey, that's gonna start everything for us. And that'll help us out here. That'll bring some funds in. And like I said, I'm looking at that 8 million start when we come back, and I'm looking for that 7 million too. We're gonna find it. It's there somewhere. But like I said, people stay in their lane. Quit asking for something for themselves. Maybe we've already would have had it without a problem. But people too busy for self. Okay, mess up everything. That's your question that you were asking about.
Well, I just wanted to I just wanted to finish my request.
Go ahead, yeah.
So what I was requesting, Chairman, for is if we could, and if it's a specially scheduled time, I would like for us to see what it is that TransPro has that matches up with the 100-day plan. I appreciate you saying, you know, we've made some mistakes, and I don't want this to be one of them. I want us to have clear deliverables as to what it is that we're expecting from TransPro, because my understanding that we were expecting some transformational plan, innovative plan, and as to how we were going to change matter and then figure out how do we fund that plan. And so I would like, this is my request to the chairman, that we do schedule a time similar to a budget hearing where we're able to sit down and really get to the meat of what's going on, what we need to expect, when, so that we can know when it's time for us to pivot and how much money we need to put where and when. Thank you.
Have no problem with that, but I still want to go back. Matter was messed up so bad it's a shame. We had, you know, the last two people that we had running Matter, it was about them too. You know, if I go out the country, if I go here, I go there, that's where your money is. I don't care about it, but I will tell you that your bus broke down when it's supposed to be picking up someone to go to work, but the bus didn't go out. Okay? And I used this money to do something, and I went on a vacation with all of my crew that I wanted to take. That's what was happening with us. Every time you look around, you see, this happened, this happened, this happened. Wow. They were having a party. Okay? Only time when we had everything was nice, and that was when Mr. Hudson was over. Okay? When we had him over, he did some investments, he did other things that had kind of took matter along the way. But when he left, oh, shucks, they came in and said, hey, we can have a party today. And that's just what the last one did to us, okay? You got a card, and hell, you're not working for us anymore, and you're still using the card? That's a problem. Don't you think so, Mr. Lewis? If you got a credit card and you're not here anymore and you're still using it as if, hey, I can still use it. Shucks, ain't nobody paying no attention. That's where our money went. This what matters. Hey, this is a very hard job, okay? Very hard. I'm gonna be quite close. Hey, we really over time. We got a lot of things to do. I'm gonna let you speak one more time, and then Councilman Carlisle, and then we can meet back 2 more weeks. Then we can set up a schedule. If everybody want to meet with Matter, hey, I have no problem with that. Then y'all see what I say, what money was misused.
Thank you, Chair. Are we still using the TransPro staff, or are we going to transition to Matter staff? Do we still have Mr. Aaron Headley as the CFO?
No. The M3 team, the finance team, has transitioned out. Their contract is concluded, and we are transitioning out away of the TransPro team. We're in the finalists. We're at the almost to the end of recruiting a CFO. The finance chair and we are interviewing candidates. We've got finalists ready for the board to consider. As I mentioned earlier, we're in the process of working with the board to recruit a permanent CEO. So we are transitioning towards permanent.
Because you're the
MATA
CEO
staff.
right now, right?
I'm the interim, yes, ma'am.
And do we pay you $486 an hour?
That is the TransPro rate.
So if
not to me individually. No.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna say you make $3,600 a day.
No, that's the TransPro rate.
That's the TransPro rate.
That's what is paid to TransPro, the company.
And Steve Hamilton, what is he doing? Hamlin.
Steve Hamlin is a TransPro employee. He is over the operations at MATA.
And he makes $200 an hour.
That is the TransPro rate. Yes, ma'am.
And then what about the administrative oversight? Here it says $67,000, $389. I mean, we got a lot of money going to administrative costs, and they're not going to the buses. I'm just baffled. I yield the floor.
Thank you. I am too. I'm going to get at this. I've been very quiet on this process for the last several months as we've gone through this, and I have to admit it's underwhelming. And I'll tell you that. So basically, we pay them a fee. It's based on would be probably an initial retainer, and then likely some sort of professional services on an hourly rate that they bill back, and it's estimated, and they give a window, and then we pay for all their out-of-pocket expenses, travel expenses, anything that would go along with that up to some percentage or capped. I haven't read the agreement, but those are how your professional services agreements work. Here's what I'll tell you. The average run rate's running about $150K a month. That about right? Yep. Okay, I'll answer that question. We've spent well over $1.5 million to $2 million on TransPro to evaluate MATA and fulfill the plan that they brought forth to the council back in February before. Don't really know where they are on that because, honestly, nothing's been produced of any meaningful, tangible data. I wouldn't walk into a boardroom with this presentation if my life depended on it. If you did, I would fire you. That's what I would do. We keep talking about MATA. I don't know that MATA is going to exist. Don't panic. It's an entity. We change entities all the time. I was looking for, and this is what I don't understand. You have all of this historical data, bad or good data or not. You've had 6 months or longer to gather data. I could have, and not being a transportation expert, but being a business expert, hired one person with me to go through that data and probably at least put together the framework of standing up a transportation system as an alternative option. The fact that you want to have one-on-one conversations when this may be one of the largest singular public-facing issues that the city has had ongoing and needs to fix imminently, while we are in a tough budget crisis, is like astonishing to me. Furthermore, on these quote ghost routes and reinstalling them, by the way, I'm one of the, I want to say I'm fully funding public transportation. I've told them this a million times. Problem is I don't know what that means because no one's ever walked me through a budget, walked me through how they got to the budget, the underlying data of the budget, and the business model itself from the ground operations where the guy who turns the bolt to starts the engine, to picks up a passenger, to cleans it and puts it back into the stable at the end of the night. Have you guys changed? Has the board changed the cash control policies? Great, like good administrative start. None of that's been reported back. Like these are the things that have got to come down line in a very tangible, digestible way. One set for this body and then another set for the public. My best guess is that, and this, I think we stated this is what's so astonishing. I think I told the mayor I thought a budget would look somewhere between $45 and $60 million to run a transportation system. Like, if I had to wait a year to find that out, that's incredible. To pay $2 million and find out something that we could have swagged last year. What I haven't seen, again, is a very specific, tangible, built transportation system that meets the word transformational, and here's why. In the last 10 years, 15 years, we've lost 50,000 people from the city of Memphis. The metro population has continued to grow. We have to be forward thinking about where the growth patterns are for the economy, which is out into the suburbs, in order to move the workforce both in the city and out of the city including the fact that we cover 300 square miles on major roads and highways, et cetera. And by the way, yes, most of the lanes like Poplar can't be converted into a bus lane because if you fly on the right side, you're already on your own in a Prius. So why am I coming in this long-winded diatribe? Because we cannot continue to come back every other week and say, where are you on this stuff? It must get done, and it must get done now. No more one-on-ones. My request to the chairman is the same, and especially because I know his district is one of the most impacted by this, if not the most impacted, is if you will respond to the chairman and his staff when you'd like to meet, what you're going to bring, and what we're going to accomplish out of that is going to give this body the comfort it needs to fund your transit system. I'll put that date on that calendar and I won't miss it, and I'll give you as much time as you possibly need. Now, here's my words of wisdom and encouragement. Don't shortchange yourself. Do not tell me it's next week and bring my ass down here and it ain't next week. If it's 3 weeks from now, I will be here. I will fly from anywhere in the world that I need to be in that meeting.
Well, I'm going to interfere and we're going to make it 3 weeks from now. What date y'all want to put it on?
Got it. I'll do it.
Tell me, as long as it's not on a Friday.
That's right. As long as it's on Thursday or Friday.
Or Saturday. And we'll check. Yeah.
I can do it I can do it July 9th.
July 9th. Let's make it July 9th.
Well, no, I have a hearing. When? We can do it in the afternoon.
I'll do it anytime July 9th.
What time? What time?
1 o'clock would be great.
1 o'clock for you?
Yep.
1 p.m.
1 o'clock on the 9th work for everybody? Perfect.
We good.
Can we submit questions and things
Yes.
that we want for that
Yes,
presentation?
ma'am.
I won't be here. I won't be here on the 9th. My son's defending his PhD in Chicago. I'll be there.
I guess they give you one meeting anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all do it. I trust you.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna be in Chicago.
JR, I'll send you my stuff. Thank you.
Okay, so what we're gonna do right now, Councilwoman Green, did you want to say something? Make it quick. We got to go into an attorney-client meeting, y'all.
Like an hour ago. I just thank you, Chair, and apologies for being late. I was stuck in another meeting. I am very glad to hear from my colleagues about the public accountability. It's exactly what I was hoping we would get from the budget amendment, and I do think it's things that we've been asking for a year or more. And so I am happy to see that we're putting a date on the calendar, and hopefully we'll get more answers. Thank you, Chair.
Good, I appreciate it. Mr. Lewis, the board, I want to commend y'all for doing all the work that y'all been doing. Matter's a hard one. I guess everybody has left, so. Well, lunch can be next week, okay? You know, that's why people tell me, say, hey, I want to meet you and talk to you over lunch. I can't talk on lunch, baby. Let's talk business, then you can go to lunch, because I don't like eating with nobody. You know, business is business. Maybe that's our problem. Across the street last night, messed off 6 hours doing nothing because you had some stupid people there. We don't want that over here. It was disgusting. I want to thank y'all. We're going to end this committee. We'll see y'all then. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The June 24th meeting of the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dr. Michael Anissa Thomas.
Present.
Councilwoman Jerry Green.
Present.
Councilwoman Janika White.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Jeff Warren.
Present.
And Councilman Vice Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Our agenda item for number 1 is an honorary street renaming resolution. The location is Cole Road from North to Walnut Grove. The request is a resolution approving an honorary street name change for Coach Terry Tippett, District 2, Super District 9, sponsored by Councilwoman Green. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilwoman Green and seconded by Councilwoman Attorney Janika White. Councilwoman Green, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you, Chair. This is in recognition of a legendary basketball coach at White Station High School. He was there for many, many decades, led many state championship teams. So we are going to honor him. His wife has asked that we not do the presentation downstairs, but we just save it for the whole, when we actually unveil the street naming. But, you know, he was a coach when I was in school, and the new interim Parks director and I were actually talking, and he coached him to a state championship. So he impacted a lot of young men's lives and other students' lives, and he's definitely deserving. So I'd appreciate everyone's support.
All in favor of approving this honorary street naming resolution, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Agenda item number 2 is an honorary street renaming resolution. The location is West and East Shelby Drive between Horn Lake Road and Hodge Road. The request is a resolution approving an honorary street name change for Reverend John Frank Harris Sr., District 6, Super District 8. It is sponsored by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Can I get a motion and a second for this item? It's been moved by Councilwoman Green, seconded by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you, Chairwoman. It is such an honor to be able to present this while Reverend John Frank Harris Sr. is living. And he has done so much for that community in the Whitehaven area. And in his tenure of being a pastor, he had to retire because some health issues came about. And the old songwriter said, "Give me my flowers while I yet live." And so I think this would be appropriate for him, and his hard work, his commitment, his integrity, and his morals through the years of him being a pastor and in the community. So thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. All in favor of approving this honorary street naming resolution, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Agenda item 3, SUP 25-08. The location is 1609 Corning Avenue. The request is a 150-foot monopole communications CMCS tower, District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second for this item?
Move it. Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Green, seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren, who from the administration will be presenting this case. If you will please give us your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale.
One more for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale, Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main. I'll be presenting this on the behalf of Travian Smith, the planner for the case. This is SUP 25008. The applicant is Tower Ventures. It's in Council District 7, Super District 8. The address is 1609 Corning Avenue, and the request is for a 150-foot monopole CMCS tower. On the left, you see the location map. It's in the Fraser neighborhood. On the right, you see the vicinity map. There were 89 notices that were mailed out on April 8th of 2025. Catch up here. Okay. The left here, you see the zoning map. So it is zoned R6 with R10 to the north. The right, you see the land use map, which is surrounded by single family. There is multifamily and open space to the north. Some site photos of the subject property looking south. Another photo looking southeast. On the left, you see an overall site plan with Corning Avenue to the top of the page. And on the right, you see a more detailed, magnified site plan of the enclosure in the tower. So in conclusion, this is a request for a 150-foot CMCS tower. The application was originally approved in 2022, but has since expired. So this is just coming back for the same approval. DPD and the LUCB do recommend approval with conditions. Here are the conditions. They are our standard conditions for monopole towers, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. For the record, Councilwoman Walker has joined us. We have Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon. Question. So you said the notices were mailed out in April. Did any people attend the meeting or give any feedback?
Yes, there were, I think, 3 people that were at the meeting and spoke.
Were they in opposition?
In opposition, yes.
Do they live in that vicinity? Or what was the opposition concerning?
They did live in the vicinity, and they were just concerned about I think there were some that were concerned about some of the, the talk about health concerns, but also just the appearance of the tower.
Do we have a photo of what the tower will look like?
We don't have a photo. I do have, it's.
Are these no, y'all know.
Yes, so this is the applicant.
Yeah. Do you have a photo of what a rendering of what it'll look like?
Yes. Please give us your name and address for the record, please.
Luke Hatzerman, 495 Tennessee Street, Suite 152, Memphis, Tennessee.
Well, I guess I'm trying to, while you find it, because, like some of those towers, they look like towers. Right? And then some, I don't know if it's whatever kind of model they buy it from, but they look like trees or something else. You still can tell what it is, but try to look a little bit more inconspicuous. So that's really my question. What is it just going to look like?
This is going to be a monopole tower. It'll be one single tower going up from the ground to the sky. The reason we chose this site is because it is buried in mature trees, which we plan to take out as few as possible. The site affords natural cover.
I thought the picture that was shown had,
No, we're back in those woods.
Oh, it's not at the front?
No,
okay.
Not in the front. We are, can I see that site plan?
Yes.
Mr. Rags?
Oh, that's misleading. You should have had a backwards
So Corning
picture.
Avenue is up here, and then the pole is actually back here. If I can give you some context here. So this is the lot. It's a rather large lot. And so the pole will actually be back in this corner.
Okay.
And so from here, it would be behind these trees.
Can it at least look like a tree?
Well, I think the problem with the tree is.
And Mr. Katzman, can we make sure we're getting you on the mic?
You might have to pull it closer.
Yeah, pull it closer.
I think I can pull it closer.
Yes, thank you.
I think the issue with the tree is you try to hide the base of the tower. Nobody's going to see the base of the tower.
Well, no, it's not just the base, but they have those little fake green branches on there.
Right.
Too. Just something more aesthetically pleasing than a tall monopole.
Well, that's what we've decided to go with.
So you can't adjust?
Well, not at this point, no. I mean, we possibly could. I would have to go back and ask.
Can you go back and ask?
Yes. I could have the answer by city council on the 8th. easily.
And we can do the same 9 minutes if you come back with a positive answer.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Give us
Okay.
something.
Sure.
Okay.
Could it
Chair,
possibly
is
be
that okay?
painted?
Oh, we could paint it. That's not a problem. We could
Painted
do-
green?
We could paint
Something.
it green.
Something. Okay. Thank you for being amenable, Mr. Katzman.
Sure.
Chair, is that fine to have it come back once he goes back and talks?
We can hold
for
it until the
say 9
8th.
minutes to the
We'll
8th.
come back to the 8th, July 8th.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Warren, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I guess I had a question. Is this in a neighborhood sort of situation? And so is that actually a house lot that we're putting this on at the very back?
This is a 1.6 acre lot. It's bigger than most commercial lots that we put towers on. It is in a neighborhood, but there's
A lot of tree cover at the base.
correct, and there are plenty of sites that have been approved in neighborhoods over the years.
Are y'all planning on putting trees sort of in the front of it too?
Yes.
In addition to the trees that are in the back?
Be happy to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I think, I guess the question that I had, going back to Councilwoman Easter Thomas's deal, normally when you have these towers that are trees, do they have branches that go all the way up so you don't see at all the part, or are they just mostly on the bottom?
Mostly on the bottom, you can definitely tell the antennas, and we go to great care to have our carrier clients paint the antennas green, and then we put socks over them to try to disguise them. But ultimately, you can tell those are antennas up there.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, this item will be held until July 8th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 4 is Z25-04, 2572 Park Avenue. There is a request for rezoning of approximately 6.13 acres from residential urban -1 RU-1 to residential urban -3 RU3, District 4, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second for this item? All right, it's been moved by Councilman Dr. Warren and seconded by Councilwoman Walker, who from the administration will be presenting in this case. If you'll please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Alexis Longstreet, 125 North Main Street with DPD. I'm presenting on case Z 2025-004, which is a rezoning of approximately 6.13 acres from residential urban 1 to residential urban 3. This property is located in the Lamar area. About 451 notices were mailed out on April 16th, 2025. This property does have an institutional land use designation. Here are a few site photos. The Orange Mound Community Service Center is located south of the subject property. Here is the proposed plot plan. As you all can see here, what is currently vacant will be added in the spaces of parking spaces, and the applicant is proposing, for the purpose of the rezoning from the RU1 to RU3, would allow for the stacked townhomes to be in the northern portion of the lot along Douglas Avenue and Dallas Street. Memphis 3.0 did deem this proposal as consistent with the anchor neighborhood crossing future land use designation on the property. As mentioned earlier, the purpose before this rezoning is to be able to develop affordable integrational housing, about 51 units. They will be utilizing and revitalizing the existing historic Melrose High School. For the second and third floor, in which they will convert 24 affordable one-bedroom housing units, in which they are proposing to construct a 27 two-story, two-bedroom townhomes in the northeast corner. And the historic Orange Mound Community Center will not be affected in this development. This application was approved at Land Use Control Board 10-0.
All right. I love this. This is fantastic. But we don't want to be judgmental. After I said that. All right. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton? Yes. You're in the queue.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you all for your presentation.
stacked townhomes are only allowed in RU1 by special use permit. So instead of just doing the special use permit, they propose to just do the rezoning as well for that portion of the lot to RU3, which allow it by right.
So they're gonna be senior homes?
I'll let the applicant speak more so to.
Name and address for the record as well.
Name and address for the record.
Dakota McMullen, 5309 Brunswick Road, Arlington, Tennessee. The senior apartments are located in the Melrose, the old Melrose High School, now known as the Orange Mound Library, and then the townhomes and flats located in that vacant parking lot area now will be, as I said, townhomes, and then ADA units on the bottom. Yes, accessible units. So anybody in a wheelchair or not able-bodied can house in those units. So 4 of those will be provided.
Your company is here in Memphis?
Yes. Yes, Self and Tucker Architects.
Here in Memphis?
Yes.
Trying to make sure y'all not outside investors, we have to look for you later on. My second, when you say affordable, this is not gonna price out people that are already there in Orange Mountain.
No.
When you use the word affordable, are they income-based?
Amanda O'Mara, HCD 170 North Main. So this is a public-private partnership between HCD and the development team, which is Self and Tucker Architects, and John Stanley Inc., which is an affordable housing developer. They, the project has applied for tax credits, so they will all be at minimum 80% AMI restricted, but more than likely down to 60% AMI restricted. So they will be subsidized affordable housing.
That's good. For the record, Councilwoman White was here?
Yeah, I've been here.
Is here? Okay. All right.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Chair.
Dr. Warren?
So just a couple things. AMI restricted, what does that mean in English for us?
Apologies. It means the Division of Housing and Urban Development for the federal government sets a maximum rent based on people's income. So so low income households defined by HUD will be residing in them.
Okay, and so I guess that's the percentage of income. The AMI stands for
Area median income, which is
Area
set every year by HUD. So it would be households below 80% of the area.
And this, you said stacked homes. So the bottom is going to be for people that may be in wheelchairs. Will there be another unit on top? So we're looking at, these are duplexes. We're calling it a stacked home.
Yes, so if we could go back to the site plan.
Yeah, I mean, do you have a picture of one of these?
Yes, we can provide pictures of this.
So I'm just saying, when you do that presentation, if you show us poor non-architects and have mercy on us and show us what you're doing, it helps. But thank you. So there's one home on top, and the home on the bottom is handicap accessible. Is that correct? Yeah, just leave it green.
Yeah, these units will be 2-story, so it's only one unit, but divided onto 2 levels. So the ones along the road, along Douglas, will be 2-story townhomes, but they will be rented like apartments. And then on Dallas and this other one will also include some of the ADA accessible units that Dakota was mentioning. So those will be 1 level.
So the ADAs are 1 level, and everything else is 2, because that's what was confusing me. I was trying to figure that out. Thank you very much. And it sounds like a great project.
It does. And we have some more land.
You're
in
the
District
second
4 if you want some more
self-Tucker
projects.
person we've met today. We got to approve one of your colleagues today for one of our boards.
All right. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Better not. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. You know I love y'all. All right, agenda item number 5, SUP 25-07, location 2925 Baskin Street. There's a special use permit to allow a child care center. District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second for this item? It's been moved by Councilman Dr. Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Let the record show that Chairman Canali is in our presence. Who from the administration will be presenting from this case? For this case, if you'll please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Chloe Christian with DPD 125 North Main Street. I'll be presenting this case. It's SUP 2025-007.
And we thank you. You've already presented. We just wanted to see some updates for the pictures.
Yes, I have the photos in the.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Oh, 1 second. There's a bit of a lag, but.
Oh, okay. Like, wait a minute. Ryan, you sleep?
Not sleep.
Okay.
There
we go.
He always does it. Every time he walks up, it just fixes. It does. He has that spirit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. We just needed you close.
But these are the updated site photos of the exterior of the property. As you can see, they're currently undergoing some renovations and exterior work, as well as some photos that I received from the applicant of the interior renovations.
That looks better. You've been working.
It has.
Hard. Wow. That's what I'm talking about.
Everything in there is new. We had everything. I spent all my money getting that building.
It looks like it.
Yes.
Shoot, that looks much better. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm impressed. Where's Easter Thomas? She not in here?
All right.
Well, I'm sure she will be supportive. Okay. All right. And let's see that outside picture one more time.
Let's see.
Can I say something about the outside?
Please.
That was what that color, that white is what the owner put on there because he didn't like the color, and he did state to us that we could change the color if we wanted to. So in order for us to get it to look like, because my colors are yellow, purple, and black, because I'm on the honeybee theme, I want to do my building a yellow color. So we already have painters that's going to be coming in this weekend, if we are approved, have painters that's going to be coming in painting the whole thing. And that's really all we have to do, because the inside is just ready for us to move the furniture and stuff in if approved.
Okay. All right. Those in favor of sending this down for a positive recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is the opinion. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Does any member of the committee have anything else that they would need to have addressed on
Good afternoon. Welcome to the June 24th meeting of the executive session. Ms. Hyman, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Green. Present. Councilman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
And Chair McAnally.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we just have the fiscal consent agenda today. That brings us to our add-on items 31 through 34. Resolution 31 is a resolution expressing support for the acquisition and installation of license plate reader equipment on state highway rights-of-way by the Memphis Police Department. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 32, a resolution to approve a scope of change to CIP project PD 04022 in-car video GPS BWC to fund the replacement of the real-time crime center video wall infrastructure. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. 33, a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funding for FY25 in the amount of $168,800 from the state of Tennessee for in-service EMS training for 221 employees. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 34, a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funding for FY25 in the amount of $1,800,000 from the state of Tennessee for in-service training for 1,251 employees. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Same-night minute items are 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 31, 32,